5 minutes. I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick.
Okay, sounds good.
Let me post on all my socials. I'm going live again. Hold on one sec.
Yeah, I'm gonna post on mine too. The double exposure.
Oh yeah.
Wait, is there a way to link blah, blah, blah? So, or I just put the website like twitch.tv/TrucksTV.
There you go. That's the link for it.
Cool. Yo, if I were you, I would really think about adding like episode 1 to Cosmic Cast so you can keep track
Got you.
in the future.
Got you.
And just so your viewers know as well, like how far you are into this. I feel like it kind of adds like a credibility.
I agree.
Sense?
I agree.
You know?
Doing it right now.
When you see a podcast with like 200, you're like, okay, these guys like talked a lot. They know what they're talking about.
Yep. So true. Ooh. Okay. Where's my? Okay. All right, gonna start in 3 minutes.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to the
use
bathroom.
and then we'll be good. Okay.
Perfect. All right, I am back. Let me open back up my Discord. Okay. And we are good. We're good and live, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to first introduce my friend here. We've known each other for at least a decade. And he's someone that I know from back in Long Island, really good friend of mine. And we recently got back together. If you were there for one of the shows, we actually took pictures, and he made some amazing pictures throughout the entire night. and it was just a really beautiful, amazing night. And now we're here. We're talking about more deeper subjects because when we did connect, we had some really deep and awesome conversations that we loved getting into. So we decided to just start somewhere. And this is episode 1 of Cosmic Cast. And yeah, introduce yourself a little bit.
What's up, guys? So, if you guys saw that little episode where we took those pictures out in College Station, I'm Nate, old friend of Majid. Actually, my first ever friend when I moved to New York when I was like 8 years old. So, we've been homies for quite a while now, and super grateful that we've reconnected right now at this point of our lives. Like, crazy how everything just comes back full circle sometimes. You never know. But I wouldn't want to do this with anyone else. So hope you guys are ready for a great conversation. And yeah, so we'll get into it.
Perfect. As far as what we're probably going to get into today, guys, we have a couple of things we want to talk about. Obviously, by the title, we have some topics on there that we're probably going to get into. But how the format of this is going to go for now, as we do change over time, how the format for this is going to go is we're basically just going to have a little bit of a discussion. Then we have videos that we're also going to watch with you guys. I already have it set up so that you guys could hear the video and that me and Nate are able to like also listen to it at the same time, so it's not like a weird delay. So we got that working. It's a very, very, I want to say, amateur setup that we have that I love because we're just starting out. We're just getting into it. But I think that our content is going to be superior. Ooh, that candle.
It's that ambiance, right?
Ooh.
It's just it's that
shit. Ooh.
Factor, that nice little warm tone in the back.
Okay, let me. Now you want me to burn some incense, dude? That's actually perfect.
While we're at it,
that's perfect. We're gonna get our stuff set up, guys. Oh, you got the EOS, bro? Okay. Yeah, I got the EOS too. Cool. Yeah.
All right, now we're smelling fresh and clean in here.
Real nice. Cool. All right. Where is my lighter? All right. Boom, there's the dynamite.
Yeah, I kept trying to light it on the inside, and it was like so close to the bottom that it just kept going out. But look at this light. I got this for $1.
Mr. Steez, 42. I hope you're having a blessed night, man. We're going to get into some amazing, cool things. I'm glad you think this is cool. It's about to get even cooler. All right. And let that incense burn somehow. Oh, that works. Ooh, wait. All right, there we go. Well, I don't know if it's even showing up. Oh, that's good that it's not showing up, actually. All right. So, Mr. Steez, hope you're having a great time so far. If you are already, honestly, that's impressive because we haven't done much yet, but get some EOS and some incense. So, I think you're going
to... We're starting off the night right here.
Exactly. So how, like I said, the format of this all is going to go. We're going to have a video. We just have a little discussion on it. The topics are going to be a little bit more deeply central to, I guess you could say, mysticism, spirituality, universal cosmic principles. And also, while you're here and watching, we please... Oh, that smells so good.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We urge you to chime in. Give us your thoughts if you got any topics for us to talk about.
Absolutely.
Throw something there. If you got any good videos to watch that worth sharing, throw it in. Yeah, it's kind of just like we're gonna freeball it, basically. You know, we got some things planned out, but we're gonna just go with the flow, and we want to engage with y'all. All right?
Absolutely. You guys are Thank you, Mr. C's, for all the comments. You said you guys are cool, man. You're cool too, man. Just for coming in here and watching. You were chosen on this fated day to be here, so glad you are here with us today. Oh, and you know about all of that. Well, and that's well, hey, man. That's good. I want you to throw in some topics then. Oh, I've been studying religion since 10 years old. Wow.
That is awesome.
That is sick.
All right. What kind of religion do you study? See, this is awesome to know. Like, you just get to learn these little fun facts about people.
That's awesome, man. I'm really glad that you came to the show, Mr. Steez. If you have anything that you want to share, yeah, just like let us know. Nathan Q. Oh, we got a fan. Love it. Oh man, now that we're getting into these topics, I gotta put my onks in, bro. Whenever we get into these topics, I gotta have my onks. I'll show you just in a sec. These things are precious to me. If I can get it inside my damn ear, hold on.
Yo, what's up, Eddie? How you doing, man? Hope you stay
There we
safe out
go.
there. That's my little cousin right there.
Oh really?
Shout out for checking this out, Eddie. Appreciate you.
That's awesome. That's really awesome. Holy shit. Well, today we're gonna go over some awesome things. Once again, how this is gonna work is we're gonna have some videos. Thank you, One Levels, for the follow. We're gonna have some videos that we just talk about or watch and then talk about with you guys. We want you guys to just let us know whatever you guys want to talk about. If you have a topic, if you have something that was on your mind, something you want help with, just literally let us know. Spirit Science 2 Fire, yeah, it is.
Oh, that's my boy Ed from back in New York. What's up, Ed? He's another big spiritual guy, manifestations, all that. So, Ed, throw in some topics if you got any in there, and yeah. All right, you want to get it started?
Yeah, so we're gonna dive into this video, guys, and you're gonna be here with us, be here to see everything that goes down. I'm gonna see if I can get this in full screen, just for me. If not, it's fine. Oh yes, full screen. Cool.
Double click. Oh, there
For some
we
news.
go.
All right, all good. Should be good for me.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the follow, Ed. Bless you, Nate, for bringing in these awesome people. All right, let me turn off the music. Okay, cool. Let's do this. Oh, is it playing for you?
For some new Spirit Science episodes to watch, there's
Perfect.
plenty of stuff on Gaia to check out. Gaia has offered to share a few of their videos on this channel while we're getting our new Spirit Science episodes rolling, and we wanted to start with this one. This is a short film about the activation of the pineal gland.
Everyone in the chat, you guys could hear, right?
It is especially relevant to us today, as through practices such as meditation and even sacred plant medicine ceremonies, people all over the world are beginning to have powerful spiritual visions of higher worlds. Without further ado, enjoy the activation.
Near the center of the brain, we find a tiny pine cone-shaped gland, which may be one of the most wondrous parts of our physical body. We know that the pineal gland produces serotonin and melatonin, neurotransmitters which
All right, good. That's good to
regulate
hear.
waking and sleeping cycles, as well as playing a crucial role in mood. But it may also be true that the pineal produces DMT, or dimethyltryptamine, a neurotransmitter which creates a natural psychedelic state of consciousness. If so, then this little gland plays not only a crucial role in our psychological well-being, but it may hold the key for unlocking the true potential of humanity.
In this gland, there is floating water, a reservoir of water with crystals that actually have piezoelectric properties. There's also another thing called piezoluminescence. If you have a little lighter and you hit the lighter and then you get that little spark that comes out, that's from a crystal being compressed. And as the crystal is compressed, it releases photons. In your brain, you have these little floating crystals that actually have that quality. And even better than that is there is another characteristic called piezochromism. Piezochromatic crystals are crystals that can release any color of light in the rainbow. Dimethyltryptamine, is the main chemical that seems to do this. When DMT is chipped out of a tray that it was synthesized in, you hit it with a screwdriver, bam, you get these big bursts of colored light. Big burst of red, big burst of green, big burst of yellow, big burst of blue. Well, you have these little crystals floating in your brain.
DMT is this, dimethyltryptamine. It's what the theory is that it's what's released by the pineal gland that gives us these elevated states of insight.
Maybe DMT is the lens of our pineal gland, allowing us to see wider areas of reality than are normally accessible to our senses.
You remember that image of like a Buddha with the halo? There's always a halo around the Buddha's head, or Jesus. People say there's a cross behind him in that halo, but it's the beams of light. It's exactly what you can learn or remember to activate.
Many ancient esoteric traditions and mystical schools knew of the potential of the pineal. The ancient Greeks believed it to be our connection to the realms of thought. Buddhists know it as a symbol of spiritual awakening. In Hinduism, the pineal connects with the third eye chakra, the seat of intuition and clairvoyance. Jesus proclaimed that the eye is the lamp of the body, so then if your eye is clear, your whole body will be full of light. If Rene Descartes is right, and the pineal gland is indeed the seat of the human soul, then these traditions are correct in believing that it serves as the connecting link between the physical and spiritual worlds.
How did they know about the third eye? Because each chakra connects in to an organ. So what fascinates me is the sixth chakra plugs into the pineal gland. The pineal gland has photoreceptors on it. And yet they knew that thousands of years ago before they ever knew that there were photoreceptors on the pineal. So that to me, it shows you that we know a lot more in the past than we even do now with our technology.
The pineal gland is lined on the inside with tissue called pinealocytes. These pinealocytes are similar to the rods and cones in the retina of your eye. That's right, it's the third eye. Your brain has a third eye in the center, and it has retinal tissue. It also has the same wiring as your physical eyes do to the visual cortex in your brain. How did they know that all the way back then? That would imply very advanced technology that would have been required for them to gain such incredible information about the brain. And yet they did. And so think about what that means. If you have little crystals that can vibrate and release all the colors of the rainbow, and people claim when they go out of body or have a near-death experience that they see a silver cord. There is a cord linking their astral body to their physical body.
Indeed, it appears that the pineal gland is our connection to higher dimensions, giving us access to the psychic and spiritual realms. If this is true, then humanity is upon the precipice of a greater awakening as a whole. But this awakening does not come without its challenges and oppositions.
It's well known that fluoride interferes with functioning of your endocrine system, the glands. These glands are the gateways.
There's about 7 minutes left, Mr.
connection
Stees.
To energetic layers. And I think what's really going on here is that fluoride shuts the door to spiritual connection.
So if you kind of keep the brain locked down, whether it's fluoride in the water, shut down the pineal, aluminum to
It's all good,
disrupt
Mr. Stees. Thank you for joining us, man.
These artificial sweeteners, then we're just in a pen.
We clearly are not as aware as we could be of our potential and are not living a life that probably is as healing or as generous or as nurturing as we're capable of doing.
This is why you get so many people today who are somehow convinced, and mainstream science is teaching this, that you are nothing but a biological skin bag, and that you do not have any existence beyond the physical. You have no consciousness, you have no spirit, no free will, and when you die, you're dead and gone, and that's permanent. That's a very dangerous philosophy.
And we are dealing with Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, ADHD, all of these neurological diseases. And so I think there's a concerted effort to dumb down the population so that when they figure these things out, they're paralyzed and don't know what to do, don't know how to respond, or simply can't grasp the concept that it is happening.
Bless you,
is the
Mr.
bigger
Stees.
picture.
Thank you so much for that
Revelation,
comment. Thank you.
people that
Thank
have
you.
the mark of the beast on the forehead, that's the closed down pineal gland, the closed down third eye that prevents them from having access to the cosmic nature of who they are, and that will be transformed. That's a very important part of what's going on here. Spiritual death is transformed into enlightenment, and it will happen in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye.
Despite exposure to toxins in our environment and various chemicals in our heavily processed diets, humanity is still awake.
I would love to see what
Every day, the
you
light
have
of
as far as
the
information,
neon
Mr.
shines
Stees. This
upon us,
video is
bringing
almost over,
us
so you could probably
an
hop in.
unexpected source of enlightenment.
What people don't realize is that your consciousness is governed by light, and the pineal gland is the center of consciousness.
The brain chemistry works in accordance with this. So when you wake up in the morning and the receptors in the back of your eye pick up light, the moment that happens, your optic nerve sends a signal to the pineal gland, and the pineal gland starts making serotonin. And serotonin is the daytime neurotransmitter.
This is all brain chemistry. Light hits your eyes, hits the pineal gland, changes chemicals inside your brain. Serotonin suddenly erupts in your brain. You get happy. That's all part of consciousness, and it's all guided by the sun.
The energy of the Earth is higher than it was in 2012, and it will continue to increase. All of the solar storms that are bombarding our Earth has been proven to create psychoactive experience.
And so the color of light changes your consciousness. And if the sun is changing, then it's possible that our consciousness is changing.
And it's all, I believe, part of this greater awakening that we're going through at this time. This pineal gland activation, you could call it that. You could call it the coming golden age. You could call it the energetic shift that we're going through at this time.
It could be that the changing nature of the sun over the last 20 years is what's causing the great awakening that's happening.
I take the same data that the universities have garnered and draw a different conclusion. Their conclusion may be that an anionic ratio change.
I definitely say I definitely have a good grasp on it. Yeah.
Hallucinations are not real. I take those studies and say that the anionic ratio change opens doors within the pineal and allows us to have multi-dimensional experiences. Knowing that the pineal gland plays a key role to our spiritual evolution, we must undertake the noble effort to make sure our third eye stays open so that we stay connected with the higher realms of being. There is a misconception, I think, for many people that the human auric field is automatically managed. It is not. It requires maintenance, and there are keys and responsibilities to maintaining our auric field.
That's why people that are older are like, they lose a bit the joie de vivre. You know, they lose a bit the joy of life. So what you can learn very simply by realizing that all that is in your body and that you can reconnect to it, is that you will start to create alpha waves. That's the first step. Then if you've learned
Yeah, I've
how
had
to
some
create the
incredible
alpha waves,
spiritual
then you can
experiences
realign
before
all the
that
rest of your
were
head.
absolutely
You know,
life-changing.
your pineal gland, the pineal chakra, your pituitary chakra.
And
you
stuff
can
that sounds
realign
crazy,
everything,
but
and
it's
then actually
like
you can
actually true.
open up your third eye. You can reactivate these beams of light. You'll be much more psychic, so telepathic. You'll receive more. You'll be much more sensitive. So in the beginning, you get this blast. You're like, whoa, you know, the world is opening up. But after a while, you will just get used to it. It will be normal. So in day-to-day life, yes, it's useful. At the same time, it will become normal.
For the first time in history, humanity as a whole is being presented with the opportunity
Oh, you did?
to unlock the dormant potential
You met me
that's
the other
dormant
night.
inside each of us. By avoiding toxins,
Okay.
getting sunlight,
Met
and
me the other
undertaking
night.
various forms of meditation.
Which other night? Was it Friday night or
Overall
Saturday
performance
night?
of this tiny little gland, and bear witness to the greatest secrets of the universe.
We hope you enjoyed this film. We're so happy to partner with Gaia, the world's largest resource of conscious media. They share our vision to create a new reality, one of mindful people living in harmony with our environment and each other. If you like this movie and you want to see more films just like it, follow the links in the description and sign up for as little
All right.
cents today.
Oh,
The information is waiting for you. All you have to do is dive in. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again soon.
Oh. Is it like playing and
Yeah,
not
pausing and pausing.
Yeah.
Yeah, playing and pausing. I don't know. I just
Oh, wait, there we go. Okay, we're good now. That was a tight video.
that was a lot in that.
It was a
one
lot.
video.
It was a lot.
It was a
I
lot.
I didn't expect it to go over so much in such a little time. And then real quick, I'm gonna address some of these talking points in the chat. So, Mr. Steez, first of all, you had met me Friday night. Mr. Steez, was it at Nines? You might have met me at Nines. But other than that, you were telling me or saying in the chat, DMT is whack and can hurt you. Amethysts work better. Tell us a little bit about that. We're gonna converse about some stuff right now, but conjure up a response to that. I want to hear more about that. You see anything in chat that you wanted to talk about too, Nate?
Let's see.
Let me go back to a part of the video I want to bring up.
Curiosity.
There's
Hey, spirit family.
you have these little quality, and even better than that,
Did you answer his question
is there
of
is another
have you witnessed anyone to be able to do such
called
spiritual things yet?
Yes, oh yeah, yes. I'll actually address that a little bit more. So, man, as far as spiritual things, first of all, I want to say the video is awesome, and we're gonna get some more topics around the video. But as far as his question with spiritual things, I think one of my most interesting moments spiritually, there was two different ones, and I don't know which one is more crazy to me, so I just say that they're both crazy to me. But basically, one time I was in New York, and for a time I couldn't really eat during lunch at work. So at the time I was also studying a lot about spirituality and stuff, and at the time I learned how important it was to do fasting. And I figured, like, okay, what if I like fasted during like my lunch breaks? So I decided to take my lunch breaks, and I would rather fast, right? And while fasting, I would also do like meditation. So I would do like breathing. It's like, and I would do that during lunch, and that would be like I would be eating air in a sense. That was like my fasting break during lunch. And at home, I would have a really nice big meal, but I would also like pray before the meal as well, just like to give thanks, because like after being hungry for the entire day, you're just like so thankful to have something in your stomach. So after that, after that sort of lunchtime, doing it for, I want to say like 3-4 weeks or so, 3-4 weeks. At the end of it, I was meditating in my room, and I had bought something called an electroencephalogram. It's an EEG, and basically it can read your brainwaves. And I hooked that up to my computer, and I had read my brainwaves before, but right now I'm actually doing it in my own house with binaural beats while also having this EEG on. So I had this whole entire setup. I had my headset on, I had my EEG, I was seeing my like brainwaves, and I was able to almost tap into my different brainwaves. And I was able to modulate, like say, oh, I want theta to go up. I would think of something, I would feel something, and then it would go up after like thinking of that feeling. And after being able to do it on those different levels, I started to meditate more deeply, right? Now, the spiritual part about this that I experienced was I was doing this, and I was in my bed, and I was sort of like sitting up pretty straight like this, right? And I was like doing my breathing exercises, like, and breathing at this point became like a tantric pleasure, where like literally as I breathed in, I felt like in my brain there was something that I was pushing upwards with my nasal cavity inhaling at such a pace that it would like hit the top of like the bottom of my brain, but like it would hit the top of like my nose in a sense, like back there. And on each breath, it felt like I was like releasing something in my brain that was like just causing me to feel really, really good. And then all of a sudden, there was this And I say rainbow because that's what it looked like when I thought of the location on my body. There was this rainbow at the base of my spine that felt like it was just coiling up my spine. And as it coiled up my spine, I then felt like two parts of my back that felt like I had wings attached. It was really weird. And I felt like I literally felt like I had wings on me. And I was like, what the heck? And I was in my head at first thinking, like, after doing the meditation, I was like, okay, maybe it's just the breathing exercises, so I'm gonna keep on doing it and see if I still feel it. So I kept on still feeling it, and then I was like, this is actually crazy, because my body was so overwhelmed with this sensation that I've never felt before. And then I laid back on my bed, and I just was like, all right, let me just put my back onto the bed and just like lay down, because maybe it'll just go away. Maybe it's just some fake sensation. And it didn't go away. I felt it in my bed, and it kind of felt weird. And I don't know what that could have possibly been. I'm not going to categorize it too much either, but for me, after experiencing that, I wasn't able to go back to the same thing. I couldn't really tell anybody because nobody would know what I went through that night. And I cried, and it was tears of joy, because it was like, I just experienced something that I can proudly say that no one around me understands. And I say proudly because I used to be very ashamed of like being an outcast. I still acted unapologetically, but I still felt lonely. But I realized that my uniqueness in my or not uniqueness and loneliness, let me get it straight. My uniqueness of who I was as a person, yes, may have put me in a place that was lonely, but it wasn't it wasn't because people didn't like me. It wasn't because I was a bad person. It was just because things I was attracted to were not the same as what others were attracted to, and it was just split paths, So when I say that I was proud of that weirdness, that uniqueness of mine, that's sort of what I talked about. But yeah, that was my most interesting experience for sure. And yeah, and real quick, just to address your points in the chat, I see you talking about quartz. I see you saying that you have a song that we might like. Kind of sound like an angel, right? I like Gabriel the best. Yeah, Gabriel is actually one of my favorite too. Or actually Raphael too. Raphael and Gabriel. But yeah, how about you, Nate?
Damn, bro, it's not gonna be anything as good as that. That seems like yeah, that's just like an experience that you wish more people could experience, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's so unique to you, and who knows what it can be? There's no answers to that, but it's like gives you reason to believe in something.
Yeah.
Which is like nice, and that probably pushed your spirituality boundary even higher.
Very much so.
We're always set at levels, and that's how it is. And it's like the whole thing about meditation. It's like working out for your mind, right? Like you can work out for your body physically, but people don't work out their mind enough. And that's like one thing you can do is just every day, if you have the time, 15, 20 minutes, just meditate, get into it. And I guarantee you, everybody that does it, that takes it seriously with an open mind, 10 out of 10 people don't go back,
Yeah.
So if anybody out there has done any meditations, can speak on that. It's a really amazing thing that you don't really have to believe in anything to do it. It's just clearing your mind of whatever's running in there that you can't get over, or you got to figure something out. The best answers come within yourself. And like you were saying before, that that's why sorry, I was just reading the chat real quick.
Yeah, you're good.
When you were speaking about the whole uniqueness and loneliness, I'm sure that there's a lot of people that can agree with you on that sometimes you feel like an outcast, you feel different, and it's confusing at first because I'm reading this book, The Magic of Manifestation, right here. Great book, recommend it. And it basically talks about free will versus determinism. And that goes back to it. It's like, so when you're born, you have a very deterministic mindset because your consciousness, oh my God, I'm stumbling upon my words. Your consciousness, isn't grown yet, right? As you grow older, you start to make decisions on your own. But so, for a majority of people of the mass population, how your life is supposed to be is fairly deterministic, right? You go to school, go to college, get a good job, blah blah blah, so on. We all know the story. But what I feel like with our generation is that we are very open-minded. We have a lot of free will. We understand that the lifestyle that has been set for the past 50, 60 years is now outdated, and you can make other means to live a successful life. And that's the whole thing of like, when you first experience those free will feelings that you realize you're different, it's like you try to fight them, right? You don't know what's going on. You're very confused. Because everybody at one point of their life puts on a mask to fit in, right? Everybody has done it at one point in their life. When you start to realize like you're not the same, I'm proud to say that I'm different, and there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a lot of people that understand me, like you, a lot of these people in chat, putting yourself out there and meeting these other kinds of people that understand you, for you is, I don't know. It's just such a blessing in a sense, right? And especially where we grew up in, very straightforward life that you're told
Yeah.
to live there, you know. And then it's crazy. As soon as we move away, we have time to ourselves. We move out of our hometown, and I'm not saying it's for everybody, but it worked out in the best possible way for us. It was just so refreshing, right? It's just surrounding yourself around new things, new people, things that you enjoy fully. I think that's something that today's society needs to do more of, is just putting themselves out there. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was just kind of me responding to everything that you said. When it comes down to spiritual experiences, nothing that really comes to mind. Maybe down the line. Hopefully there's a story in the future down the line where I can share. But as of right now, no, not really.
Well, I think that personally, my spiritual experiences definitely unfolded through a lot of, testimonies of others and how they came across theirs, especially from like ancient readings, whether like from different religions and cultures. I think that when I think of spiritual experiences, I know the first thing that comes to my mind is like, what sort of like what I just said as far as it goes. But I think that when you look at like a broader definition of it, I feel like you could realize that a spiritual experience is almost just an experience where you've been able to realize the invisible connections to everything and how it unfolded. Because I feel as if that I've also had other spiritual experiences that weren't as like, I guess you could say, to do with my body, where like I ended up getting to somewhere that normally would have cost me $30 for free and landed like a job or something on the way doing it, like something that happens so spontaneously but also so serendipitously, in the sense of like, wow, that was divine timing, like everything just worked out so well. I think that is a very spiritual experience, and I think that you have experienced spiritual things. I think that meeting in College Station, that felt spiritual.
I mean, it really comes down to what you believe is what is the definition of a spiritual or spirituality.
True.
Because everybody views things differently. There's no right or wrong answer. That's the beauty of this, is that it leaves you questioning these kinds of topics. Is something that there's no definite answer for. So you have the free will to believe whatever you want to believe. When it comes to me, yeah, 100% I agree with you that there has been instances in my life where it just feels like everything is aligned and it feels really good, and you just don't have answers, right? That's what I see. What like a spiritual experience is. Yeah, maybe something that I've experienced that I just don't have the right answers for.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's really how I see it. Like the whole thing about College Station, yeah, 100%. That was just like, it felt more than just a coincidence. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just like,
Much more.
and the location that we ended up going to, it just seemed more of a coincidence than it was kind of like we were meant to be there. And actually at that time, before I met you, I was like, how long ago was that? Maybe like a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago.
Wait.
Somewhere around that. So somewhere
Yeah.
around 3 weeks to a month ago.
So here, give
which is
me
wild.
give me 1
So
second.
yeah,
My
go ahead.
thing is glitching out on me. Let me. Oh, was it just? Oh, is something being pressed on with a key? I think there was a key being pressed on my table. That's
No.
why. Okay. All right, you're all good now. Continue. I'm so sorry about
You
that.
sure?
Yeah.
No, you're good. So I recently just moved to Houston back in September now. So it's been about 3 months.
Oh wow,
And
3
at
months.
that point of like where I was at before I saw you, I was like having a little bit of a tough time, you know, trying to find new friends that I was gonna like, you know, going out was a big deal, but because of what's going on, it's really hard.
Right.
So I was a little bit lost at that time. I'm not gonna lie. And then that came up, just like out of nowhere, too. Like I explained the story in the last video, but it's there's no explanation as to why it went down the way it did, but it couldn't have gone down any more perfectly. So that whole thing, and then as soon as like a lot was said after the stream as well that we got into, it was a very deep conversation, and I told Majid this earlier that it's that was a conversation in my life that I'm gonna hold close for a really long time, till probably till the day that I'm out of here, you know. That's the thing that I wish more people could experience, is having these, and this is what I appreciate Majid a lot about, is that he goes out there, puts himself out there, and encourages other people to put themselves out there. There's nothing more greater than that, you know. He's like he's so selfless, and I appreciate that a lot about you. He's like, oh, he hears this kind of stuff all the time, but a lot of people, like you were saying earlier, a lot of people come up to you and say thank you. That what I experienced with you, I want a million other people to experience with someone else, and other people after that. And this is kind of why we're doing this, is because we want to put more of these thoughts and ideas out for more people to understand and maybe connect. You know, it's nice being able to connect with somebody, especially somebody that you don't even know, like strangers. Like,
yeah,
just meeting a cool stranger sometimes is like, whoa, like that was so awesome, and you just want to experience it again, right? With like someone else.
Oh yeah.
Can I go on a tangent right now? But
No, you're good. I mean, Mr. Steez, he
oh, right. He said
Yeah.
he was one of them that you met, and look, and now he's
That's
here.
crazy. That's so cool.
Chilling with us. It's
really cool.
great. You know what? You still get to keep these connections with these people. You never know who you're gonna run into. Is
For real.
You know, like what you're doing is more than what an average person would do to put themselves out there. I'm not saying go out and stream in public or anything like that. I don't probably don't do that if you don't feel like you're ready. But it's like doing the small things, you know, like having just like a conversation with someone for the spark of the moment, just to see like how they're doing, you know. For me, like the best feeling is just like going up to someone, like I'm at a store, I'm like, hey, how's your day going? You know, or like my customers at work, hey guys, how was your Christmas? Blah blah blah. It's like spark those conversations, show that you're interested in something new, something different, and yeah, you never know who you're gonna meet.
I think the fact that whenever I've interviewed all these people, there's never been an interview where someone's walked away and they're like, I didn't like that, or someone wanted to stop early, or someone wanted to not answer a question because they didn't feel comfortable per se. The only time someone didn't answer a question was just because they couldn't think of it on the spot and they were kind of like in a rush, you know?
Hesitant, yeah.
Yeah, you know, you know, if you're going to dinner and you just get stopped randomly, of course you're in a little bit of a time crunch. So,
Yeah.
that's the only time. And seeing that and seeing how congruent a lot of these interviews have been, where people are saying, you know, they believe in spirits or energy at the very least, that people are wanting to have genuine, real connections. They want to talk about things that normally aren't talked about, but they don't know how to talk about it with people because it's like kind of scary, you know, like we when we think about like stuff that is spiritual, automatically what's put into our mind is like religion. And, you know, I have a concrete belief that religion is not spirituality. So it's like, I think that when people realize that you can separate those two and that they are individual to each their own, spirituality will be more so like just talking about like math. And I say this because someone brought up a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful point. Oh my gosh, it was such a beautiful point. His name was Mikey. Met him at my uncle's wedding. And I was talking to him and how I was having difficulty trying to balance the duality of like social, like of our social populace, where, you know, I understand that, you know, before I got into spirituality, you know, I loved video games, I loved all these different topics, I loved all these things. But after getting into more spiritual topics, now my mind is like, I need this. I can't go without this anymore. It's as if my body needs to express this, or at least just get more information regarding spirituality. It's a craving, it's a hunger, it's a thirst. And I think that while that's who I am, there are some people that only need a little bit. There are some people that don't need all of it. That just, you know, they could just hear something of a manifestation, like hey, like, your days are going to be amazing, and you're going to, you know, they just have this little booster to them, and that's all they need. And I say this because he had then compared it to mathematics and how, you know, people like him and I, we love math per se, and we could talk about it, do it all the time, and, you know, be people that can teach others about mathematics. But not everyone needs mathematics in their daily life, but they are constantly surrounded by it. They're constantly, you know, surrounded by buildings built off of it. They're constantly surrounded by, you know, technology built off of it. They're not actively using it consciously, but it's a necessity, one. And two, you don't have to be someone that, you know, specializes in it, but you have to almost like recognize the value and importance. And when people talk about it, it's something that you don't have to necessarily be so fully knowledgeable about, but you can recognize the beauty that is spirituality, just like how you could recognize the beauty that is mathematics. And yeah, it's very interesting, that comparison of mathematics and spirituality too, that he made, because it's very similar how it's like math. We are surrounded constantly and everywhere by math and spirituality. So it's like these two things that you can't really like touch in a sense of like physicality, yet have built up this beautiful world around us. So yeah, that's a little bit on what had someone told me about spirituality and mathematics.
So here's the thing that I think about mathematics, is that it is one of the only things in this world, in this universe, that is definitive. There is no maybe, there is just a yes or a no, right? There's no way to argue against math, because it is so proven to the point. And if you think about it, math is all around us, right? It's connecting us on everything's coded in life. Everything is mathematically proven, blah, blah, blah. That's how I see math is. It's a universal concept. Not even a concept. It's just a universal factor in everyone's life. So when you think of it that way as well, it's like math is definitive, but your spirituality, That's up to you. That's up to you how you want to live your life. So you could also see it in that sense of it. Yes, there is a connection to that. That math does connect to your spirituality because math is part of everything. There is it even comes down to like certain parts of you. Like you need certain amounts of something to run correctly. If you have um it comes down to even like disabilities, right? Like with Down syndrome, you have a incorrect amount of chromosomes. It's crazy how if you think of it on a large level, how much different your life could be if your math within you was off.
Yeah.
Right? Isn't that weird? And I feel like at
Holy
the same
shit.
sense, it's like everyone is built a little bit differently as well. Not everybody is built off the same equation. And it's nice to like kind of like think of those kinds of things because you have this definitive concept, right? Or I don't like to say concept because concept is like not sure. You have this definitive idea, and then you have this spiritual idea, which is like still like there's no answers to it, right? But no matter what you believe in, you can always connect something within it that brings out a bigger picture out of it.
Right.
So that was a really good point that you made. That the mathematics, the spirituality thing is that was a nice point that I appreciated.
Thank you. Appreciate you. I think something that's honestly interesting is you had said, what happens if our inner math was like off? And I'm thinking about it now. Oh, shit, hold up. My monitors are juicing out again. Give me 1 sec. Oh, they're geeking out. 1 sec. Good. This happens because my USB hub kind of just flips out and then just like ruins my entire setup for like a minute. All right, we're good. Let me bring everything back up. Watch together is on this screen. Okay, and Streamlabs is here. All right, we're good. We are good.
Cool.
Why does that keep shutting off?
Good.
Okay.
There we go.
So, yeah, when you said your inner math being off, I almost think about like, wow, imagine if someone thought 1 + 1 = 3, and they took that to heart, like on a very literal sense, your inner math being off, and you think about all the little things that a concept of 1 + 1 = 2 is based off, or at least the principles surrounding it. Because if they're thinking 1 + 1 = 3, there's a principle that's off. So there's an even deeper systemic root within them. And if that deeper systemic root is within them, you know, it's probably causing all sorts of, you know, misalignments or not as good situations. And real quick, I'm just going to address Mr. Steez. The human mind can hold many keys. It's just that you must find your calling. Fix it, then the best way you can. Same for me sometimes. Yeah, I think the human mind definitely does hold many keys.
Yeah. I mean, if you think
sure.
about it, the human mind, all it does is just store data. That really is. And then what is that data made out of? You know, it's made out of numbers, in a sense. Might not be literal numbers, but numbers are involved in it. Equations are involved in it. Everything that hardwires your brain, you know, is mathematically perfected or not even perfected because nobody's perfect, but it's what creates you.
Yeah, it's there's a lot that was found with mathematics, like Fibonacci spirals or golden phi ratio, that we see that is exhibited in nature a lot. I think that when we use that to our advantage in terms of like thinking about things, we can create some really cool art. We can create some really cool buildings. We can create some really cool technology. It just scales up everywhere and everywhere and anywhere. One thing I was actually showing people, let me see if I can pull it up, was my Elysium presentation. I'm going to show you guys real quick. So basically, I had made a logo and all, like, about this thing called Elysium. And it was like an idea I had of what I wanted to raise as like a community that's like not me, not following me, but following an idea rather than like a person, if that makes sense. And the entire concept is really based off of this logo, because the logo was basically just an expression of myself going out there so that I can like show people this is what I want to like show that I think is like truth. And the reason for that is because deeply embedded within this logo are many different symbolic things, I guess you'll call, or ideas. And these symbolic ideas are incredibly resounding to everything I go as far as principle of humanity. And what I did was, to get all these symbols in place, I started with shapes and I started with ideas. So like the square shape, that was pretty important to me. The triangles, I knew that I wanted triangles within a square, and I knew that I wanted circles. I wanted squares, circles, and triangles. So first off, those three things in my head. Now what I wanted to represent was basically representing humanity in the most purest of symbols. And by pure, I mean like literally encompassing as much as I can about what is human, including the multidimensional aspects of ourselves. And I think that I was able to capture that here because within this logo, there is so much. First of all, you have the four spiral arms of... Okay, hold on. The two sinusoidal curves are basically the four spiral arms of the Milky Way galaxy. And in this Milky Way galaxy, we have a planet. I mean, we have a sun. And the sun, which is our star, is going to be surrounded by, our Earth, which is 3 rings out. So the sun being in the middle and having 3 rings out to represent our planet. And those 4 dots on the edges of those circles, those 4 dots are going into a new season each. You have autumn, you have summer, you have winter, and you have spring. Now these different seasons, they're purposefully there with also an elemental connotation. So the actual symbol for air in alchemy is that symbol, and I will show you really quick. I could just show you actually off of here. Alchemical symbol for alchemy. Alchemical symbol for elements. Oops. So basically, the alchemical symbols for the elements, you literally have like water, earth, air, fire. Air is an upside triangle with a line. Fire is an upside triangle. Water is a downside triangle. And then earth is a downside triangle with a line. If you look at this symbol, it's literally that exact same thing where you have up triangle with line, that's air. Then you have fire. Then you have water. So I put that in there as well. And I recognized that I have 4 elements when I was creating this. And I was like, wow, this looks really good so far. I'm really, really happy with all this. But then I also felt like I was missing something. And I felt like I was missing, like, all right, what's the binding agent between all these elements? And I thought of ether. And I thought of the thing that is the space between everything, ether, And in order to represent that best, I figured as if having ether as purple throughout each and every single point that is here, through all the elements, as if it's a binding agent. It's holding it all together. So that's what it's basically doing here. And the reason why that's important is because not only did this work out really well for 2 things, but it also was...
Wait, 1 second.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Steez is peacing out.
Oh, Mr. Steez.
Thanks for joining in tonight, man. It was a pleasure talking to you. Hopefully we'll have you back soon.
Thank you, Mr. Steez, for coming in. I'm glad I met you the other night. Feel free to DM me. I don't know if you already DM me on Instagram, because I usually add everyone on Instagram afterwards. If I didn't add you, actually add me, and I'll get your information and contact, because if you're local to here, I actually do meet up with people. I know that sounds weird as like some random dude on the internet willing to meet up with you, but I've met up with so many people over the internet that it's honestly complete that that social norm is oblivious to me. So,
Yeah, we were talking about earlier as well. That we would love to have you guys on this like little, because me and Majid live
Mm.
far away from each other. So the reason why we do it on Discord is because that's kind of our only option right now.
yeah.
But if you guys are far and you're watching, shoot me or Majid a friend request and a DM saying that like, you would want to be a part of this one day. Maybe we'll do like a little interview. We want to connect with new people as well.
Yeah.
We're doing this so to put our ideas out there, but we also want to meet and talk to people that have same ideas or different than us. You know, maybe open our minds up to something new, and yeah, that's something that we hopefully can do in the future is have these Discord talks with you guys in here as well.
We definitely will. Mr. Steez, if you can look at the panels below in my channel and just look for that Discord symbol, click on it, and it should take you right to the Discord channels, and that's where my Discord is. But we'll probably end up in the future probably doing this stuff in Discord in a like separate channel. So if anyone wants to join in, I could just drag you in. We're good and dandy.
Yeah. Boom.
So
yeah, maybe we'll make a chat in the Discord, just a Cosmic Cast, and then maybe if you got any ideas for future videos, throw them in there. Throw videos in there. The more content that we have, the more we can talk about, and that means that you guys can talk about as well. So yeah.
Very, very true. Getting back to, I guess, the symbol though, and once again, thank you so much.
By the way, this is have a good night, man. Hopefully we'll see you soon. This is a really complex symbol. It's almost like a shape in itself. It's very flows really nice together. It looks really good. A lot of thought went into it. I could tell
Thank
a lot
you.
of thought went into it.
Thank you.
The fact that you have all these complex elements into this one fairly simple design, one shape, kind of combining all of them together. It's very well put together. I really do like it.
Thank you. I think the coolest part that I saw in all this too was that so all of this was built off of just purely geometry, and I used actual ratios when in Photoshop or GIMP. I used the proper ratios to like define, hey, okay, this sinusoidal curve has to be exactly, at the golden phi ratio away from the middle point right here. Like I was trying to do it off of that, and I was trying to make everything link together all good. Bobolina, holy crap! Thank you so much. A little late, but I did it. Yo, dude.
Hey man, we're just happy to have you here. That's it.
Bless. Thank you so much for the
Just
prime.
happy to have you,
Bobolina. Thank you so much, Bobo. Oh, that's amazing. I hope you stick around. I'm here. This is Nathan, by the way. He's also going to be streaming soon. We're going to set him up real nice and good. He's a real life friend of mine that I've known for about a decade, and basically family friends. And yeah, we're talking a little bit about this logo I had made. I think if you said that was a little late, then you probably been here, so you probably saw a little bit about the explanations. But yeah, the curves and everything that's within this shape is very specifically made and tailored. Like I was saying with like the golden phi ratio. And the coolest thing is that shapes and ideas continue to emerge out after doing all this. For example, there's literally an hourglass of time showing like in the middle. Like when you see that hourglass, it's like, whoa, it's like also an infinity. Like it almost blew my mind at first. And then the thing that actually did blow my mind was that I realized that I can put these dots at different conjunctive points that represent the 7 chakras. And not only in doing so, but because the link to the 7 chakras and the what's it called? 7 chakras and the Sephiroth this ended up working out to literally look like this. Of Hebrew, give it one sec. Okay. It is literally the Sephiroth of, this is the right one. So it literally became the Sephiroth. Like, if we compare these two side by side, it's absolutely stellar. The similarities that we find. So right here we have, like, actually, hold on.
Wait, are you able to like pull it up actually side by side?
Yeah. Let me screen 2, go live. Okay, cool.
There we go.
Perfect. All right, so when you see it side by side, you have Malkath, you have Hisod, you have Hod and Nizak, right? These two. You have Tipireth, which is the middle, the sun, Gawara, and Shesed. I don't know if I'm saying these right. And then you have Bina and Chokma, and then you have Keter. And it's Keter. Yeah, Keter. You have literally the Sephiroth embedded on this symbol. And to begin with, this symbol was actually made off of the principle of what is humanity. And the Sephiroth itself is almost like a energetic blueprint of our body. I can't say of our body, but almost like spiritually, like it's an energetic blueprint spiritually that we can connect to properly. And seeing how it all tied together so perfectly on what was already a symbol representing humanity, it literally just manifested itself on each of these conjunctive points. It's like, in my mind, I'm just like, holy shit. There's just so much that evolves out of this symbol. And I so something like this, I don't know how we ended up getting onto this topic specifically, but something like this shows me where when we're talking about math and how if something is like slightly off, something like this, for example, when we base it off of really simple principles of like the golden phi ratio, alchemical principles, what is humanity? When we base it off of something like that, those simple principles, and we have a symbol like this that ends up becoming so powerful because of how many conjunctive points is in just one thing, it's as if it holds so much information for us to take in, to download, and because there's so much, it's like there's like a depth to it. And when I just see a symbol and I just know that there's depth to it, it's a lot more powerful. It's as if it can store more mana for me to use when I like summon this symbol in my head doing something, so that's a little bit about the symbol. And yeah.
Very, very complex. At first glance, you don't understand what's going on, but after explanation, that really blew my mind. Yeah. I don't know if Bobo was talking about the logo saying it's mind blowing or what, but yeah, that is mind blowing.
Bobo, thank you so much once again for the Prime. Real quick, Bobo, where'd you find us? How'd you find us? Let us know where you're coming in from.
Us?
Yeah, we love hearing it.
Someone that one of us might know.
Love seeing people we know. Lots of good people that popped in today. Earlier in one of my streams, I actually had one of my buddies from college, and he just popped in and he was like, yo, it's been a while. And I'm like, oh, it's been a while. And I'm like, oh, what's up, man? I didn't recognize his username at first. And he was like, dude, like, I know you IRL. And I'm like, wait, really? Like, who are you? And he's like, guess. And he said, like, oh, like, he knew me in college. Like, and I was like, okay, I knew a lot of people in college. He's like, I think parties. And I was like, okay, there's a lot of people that go to parties. And then he was like, all right, I rushed KDR. And I was like, oh, that actually chops it down a bit. And I was like, did you go to basement parties? And he was like, yeah. And I thought about it for a second. And I was thinking. And then I was like, there's someone with the last name of his username. So I go into Instagram, I type in the last name that I remembered, and it came up with the name, and I just sat there for a second. I was just like, holy shit. Someone from college that I knew for so long ago just popped in out of nowhere. And I just leaned into the mic. I was like, Soham, you dirty bastard. Thank you for coming in, man. You are awesome. You know, like, oh my gosh. And then he gifted me 5 subs, and now he's a leader on
Hell
sub
yeah,
gifts.
man.
So that was really
That's
cool.
what we love to see. Love spreading that positivity.
Absolutely.
It's nice when you don't hear a name for so long and they just kind of pop up
Right?
randomly, and just like it's nice to know that someone's still thinking about you, and like it likewise goes when you reach out to someone else, you know.
Absolutely.
Like, those little things are nice.
Absolutely. Okay. So as far as this video goes, I wanted to actually talk about something with the pineal gland, because earlier we were sort of talking about it on the stream and talking about calcification of the pineal gland and how that ends up occurring. And it was really interesting, the concepts that were brought up. Mr. Go said, yes, an interesting conversation is going on. We were kind of fascinated with the fact that, one, we do have optical nerves connected to this organ in our brain, right? And thinking about why things are put in our body, they're always there for a very specific reason. And, you know, initially when finding out about an optical nerve being in somewhere where it's only technically dark in the middle of our brain, it's like you think about it, it's like, how does that make sense? Why is there an optical nerve connected to this part? But in reality, you know, like the guy had said, that there's these piezoelectric or piezoluminescent crystals in our brain that are simply just, you know, small particles within our fluid, because it is a fluid, that have like these very, 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 very small particles in our brain that travel through these parts. And because they travel through these parts, when it gets particularly filled with pressure and particularly hot, that's when it blooms up, and that's when it produces the hormones. That's when it produces those things that help us see in our mind's eye. And I think if you think about back to when I was talking about my spiritual experience with like the meditation and breathing, like I said, when I was breathing, I would be like, and even now, like I since I know what I felt in that moment, ever since that moment, I can activate it if I haven't done it in a while. But basically, it's like I breathe in a certain way, and it's as if the air travels up more high, and it hits that under part of like somewhere in my brain, and it's as if it's like cooling it down, but it's also providing pressure. So it's like it's so hard to explain, because I see it in my eye. I see like what's going on. Yeah,
Quick
absolutely.
This might turn into a very big conversation right now.
Absolutely.
But let's talk about meditation for a little bit, because we brought this point earlier, but this is something that I feel like maybe we should elaborate a little bit on. And for the people that are watching that don't know a lot about it, maybe they can learn something, know where to start. So this specific type of meditation that you're doing, where you feel like it's going in, the air is moving throughout your head, blah blah blah. So bring it back a little bit. How did you find out about that kind of meditation? What did you research? What maybe did you look into that you found this specific meditation that feels like you're reaching this level of spirituality that you normally can't?
I'd say the biggest thing that helped me was, at the start there was a lot of affirmation videos I was watching, and they were very hypnotic. They were very, very hypnotic. Like, I would listen to it and I would just get into this daze, and I just would want to lean back in my chair and just have my headset on and just sit there and just let it put words into my head, because it just felt so good, right? So I started off with that, and then after doing that for a little, you know, I wasn't attracted to it as I was when I started, but what I was attracted to was reading books or listening to books. And one of the books that I listened to was the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. and I basically would listen to it, not every night, but it would be like every few nights. I would just sit down, I would put on an audiobook of the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, and I would just lay back and I would just listen. And it was the most I can't even, it wasn't hypnotic per se, but it was the information inside of it was so tantalizing for my mind to grasp. It's as if that like this was like food for my body to ingest.
It's as if like you're connecting to your soul.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And in a way to put it that somewhat tangible, it's like you're connecting to your inner soul, like to a part of you that you're normally not able to contact.
Yeah. Part of me that feels invisible, but in this moment I'm able to grasp.
But it's nice to think about also, like that part of you is always with you.
Yeah.
But when you feel like you need answers, you're able to connect with this part of you that you normally can't, and you're able to find answers sometimes. You know, and it's a very
Yeah, for real.
refreshing thing to do. That what simply to the most general basis of just breathing and relaxation can do for you.
That is so true. The most basic of things really do also pay off.
Yeah.
And that's definitely what I saw with the meditation, because it started off so simple. It started off with just some affirmations, really.
Mm.
And that ended up leading me into the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. And then the Emerald Tablets of Thoth led me into binaural beats. Binaural beats made me feel like this feeling in my brain that just felt so pleasurable. And I just kept listening to it. And then eventually I wanted to get an EEG because I was so interested with my brain. I just wanted to know what was going on with it. And I did binaural beats with my EEG, and I saw like my brain's activity like on a different level, and I was able to communicate with that activity in a sense by having the neurofeedback, where I would see if I thought of a certain thing, this line would go up, but if I didn't think of it, the line would go down. Literally seeing my thoughts affect a
Like
reality.
seeing.
Like
Yeah,
physically seeing it. Like
See?
you're
Yeah.
literally physically seeing in front of you pixels moving simply because your mind thought something. What? And it's not even like, oh, my mind thought to click the mouse and haha, it's move. No, it's literally you are sitting there, hands up, and you just could have your eyes shut and you will move pixels on a screen.
Yeah.
That seems small at first, but it
Yeah.
amounts to something
Yeah.
that is
Crazy amounts that just
yeah.
just you thinking can affect this physical thing. You know.
Whew.
And there's actually a book that I recommend. You
Oh,
to get
yes.
and anybody out there. So this one's Becoming Supernatural. It's really, I haven't read it yet, but just like first glance, I'm trying to finish The Magic of Manifestation first. But just looking in the contents, you got the pineal gland is a whole chapter in itself, which is dope. You got meditation. You got blessing of the energy centers. That's maybe another thing that is your energy. And throughout the whole thing are a bunch of these graphs and charts. So this is scientific proven stuff of different parts of your body that affect different parts of like your brain. You know, you got graphs of brains, you got graphs of hearts, brain waves. There's different cases as well of personal stories of people in here. But really interesting stuff that is on the topic of what we're talking about.
Absolutely is. And you can also find that book on Audible.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Really, really good. Thanks for sharing that. Dr. Joe Dispenza is a fantastic author. Really good.
That's what's awesome about this kinds of stuff is that you don't need much to really get into it. You got like you don't even have to buy this book, honestly. You know, if you don't want to, you can just watch YouTube videos. But having stuff like this is really nice to give you kind of like a learning basis, figuring out or trying to figure out a little bit about what goes on behind the scenes of what's in front of you.
Yeah. So true. Wow. I think that the Supernatural book did really well to connect reality and physicality. And it does it in a way that really makes it hard for anyone to try and, go against it. It's a
Yeah.
very solid book.
Yeah,
Very
it's a
solid book.
It's very. It's factual.
Mhm.
There's, a whole bunch of data in there that you don't have to even read the book straight through. That you can just look at the contents, maybe decide on what you want to maybe dive into, and just start from there, and work a way around your book.
I think a book I would also recommend after someone finishes that one, especially, is a book called Power vs. Force, and it's by Dr. Let me. Power vs. Force. I'm going to pull it up just so people see what it looks like. So this is what it looks like. Power vs. Force. It's by Dr. David R. Hawkins. Incredible. And when I mean incredible, I think that this book is on a level approachable to what I would say is like a human Bible, in a sense of a manual for how operation of your life can be managed in a very healthy way. And this is an incredibly real book. Granted, it's spiritual. It's like the weight of what's being said is told in such a way that you can apply it as soon as you read it. You could literally get this information, and it's not only instructional, but it is also informative. And when it's both of those things, I think it really gives a unique perspective of how you can take your life or how you want to live your life. And I'm sure that there's a bunch of different graphs like these right here, the power versus force graphs. Like this shows basically how, on a very simple level, what the book is basically saying is that there's something called power and something called force. Force is something that is not necessarily negative, but it's like the lower levels of consciousness, whereas power is higher levels of consciousness. And as you go downwards in lower levels of force or lower levels of power, you are heading more towards non-existence or zero. You are heading more and more towards that. And when it becomes more and more towards zero, it's more destructive, and it's less allowance for life to be permitted to live in that environment. So that's saying that anything that is above this level of 200, where it is considered force, as it goes up more and more, it will forever continue to be more abundant with life. Life will be able to have more sustainability as these go up. Whereas it's the opposite effect with force. And what it basically tells throughout the entirety of its book is saying what things are power, what things are force, but not telling you strictly like, hey, these are the things that are force and power, and giving you guidelines. No, it's saying, hey, I'm going to first give you how you figure out what is 200, what is 300, what is 400 with a proven method that is scientifically proven. It's giving you that instructional technique so that you can calibrate your own levels of anything in life. And you can even compare it to the book and see what they have as far as levels, because it's an actual routine. It's literally like you are feeling yourself in a moment. You have to do a specific action, and then you write down what you felt from that action, and then you do that action again with something else to check to see if like the original feeling was a yes or a no. You're literally asking your body for yes or no, because the science behind it is that our bodies have an inherent property of unconsciously communicating with truth, because that's what it is. Since it is like a physical object, it is truth in a sense of like being, if that makes sense. Like, for example, I can't, like, yes, like this water obviously is matter. So the truth is there is matter as this plastic bottle. Like, this is matter. That's truth, right? So our body just automatically has a stimulus response that is detectable by machinery, detectable under the studies of kinesiology, and we can still, while not having the machines, we have a technique that allows us to still pull our body on what is power, what is force. We can then ask it yes or no questions for certain questions that we have. So this book, I cannot recommend it anymore. It helps you have your understanding of, okay, I just read this whole thing about manifestation. I just read this entire thing about how connected I am to this universe. What now? Because when you learn like how connected deeply you are to everything, it's a little scary because you almost feel like you need to tiptoe around everything, or else you're gonna like set off a planet in another galaxy. This book helps you have that guideline in a very open way that lets you understand why you've done things in the past and why you're gonna do things in the future and what you need to do now. And so yeah, that's my little presentation on power versus force. David R. Hawkins is I can't even say words. He's just amazing.
Not even a genius. He's just a very wise man.
Incredibly wise.
Knows a lot of. He's got a lot of knowledge.
Incredibly
thank you.
wise.
So that's something I'll definitely check out once I finish all these. Kind of got like a list I want to go through. The books are fucking awesome, bro.
They are.
I wish I understood this before, not now. I mean, thankfully, I am figuring about it, but you know what I hated about books is I hated being told what to read, especially like in school and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Wow, I was just like, yo, books, like this shit sucks. No.
And the shit that we
When you find a good book
Yeah.
that really sparks your interest and you know it's a good book, yeah, that's the best feeling.
I think the books they choose too, it's like I don't know, like a book like imagine if they
Yeah.
told you to read books like self-help books or like books
Yeah.
that were about spirituality. Like
There's books
imagine.
about everything too. Everything that you can think of, there's a book for it.
That's true. I think what would be really cool to see in schools is if the books that were like told for you to read, or at least like the choice that you had, they could be like an option. There could be an option that enhances this critical thinking, that gives you affirmations that do these things that are more beneficial for you. Because I think if I had read a book like Supernatural when I was younger, man,
Yeah, that's what, imagine if like
oh,
schools push stuff like this, where not I don't mean by pushing any beliefs on anybody, because growing up you should not, especially in the school
yeah,
environment, you should not do that.
yeah,
But
exactly.
but giving kind of like a safety net of like a mental barrier for the youth, especially, where when they come to these points of their lives where they feel like they don't have answers, they have information that can help them deal with those answers and maybe cope with it. That's something that I really believe should be implemented. Is it gonna happen? Probably not. I don't know. Who knows? But that, that's something that could be implemented in the school system that can really benefit the future of our world. Really.
Yeah, I think if you think about like just I'm just imagining the situation and scenario, like a kid goes to the counselor's office for advice, and that in the curriculum they had offered Mind Over Matter as one of their books. I forgot who made Mind Over Matter. Deepak Chopra, I think, or it might be Dispenza, I think, or one of those two. But basically, if like they had told them, hey, read, like that was like part of the curriculum, and someone goes to the guidance counselor, is like, hey, like I'm feeling, like I feel like a lot of anxiety. So a kid says this, right? And anxiety is such a loose, general feeling.
Such a loose. It's a very anxiety. That's the thing. Anxiety and depression are very loosely thrown around the word.
Mm-hmm.
it has, I say loosely because it has a different definition from person to person. There's a dictionary definition, but within us, the definition of anxiety and depression and all these other feelings that we think is negative, it really does affect person to person. There's no definite answer of, you can't think of depression, anxiety, and most of the time you don't expect other people to understand what's going on with you. And I say like quote unquote negative because the thing about anxiety and depression is that for the most part it comes in waves, right?
Right.
So it's really what you do in between those waves. Are you going to come out better and stronger, or are you just going to fall into it back again? It's like yin and yang. There's good and bad. It balances out both. You gotta figure out how to balance that out and not let it take over you.
Right.
And imagine if this kind of thought was instilled on you when you were younger. If you had these, I'm not saying push it onto people at all, but if it was just brought up, and maybe there would be some kids that are interested in it.
Listen, man.
Offer it as an option. Don't
Yeah,
even make
yeah.
it mandatory, but having it as an option. Like,
Yeah.
imagine if when you were little, remember when you did like summer reading books, right?
Yeah.
And they were all like different ones, and like imagine if like the wild card was like something like this, or even
Yeah.
like the magic and manifestation. Like, look how big this book is. This is easy enough
Yeah, that's not
for someone that's like 12, 13 years old to read.
Yep.
And like stuff like this is,
To be honest, dude, I think that the analogy about mathematics and spirituality before, I still keep true to it because it's like I believe that everyone should be able to conjure their own reality, if that makes sense. No one should be forced to be pinned into
Yeah.
a reality, right? And I think that what school should be doing is not pinning people into realities, but more so pinning people into possibilities and opportunity. And that's important to say because the school should be almost like the soil for seeds to be planted in, and it should fertilize the soil, and it should also take care of those seeds, the seeds being the students. And
I mean, that's the thing.
yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Keep going.
And with soil, you need to have a lot of space for the seed to spread out its roots. And especially if you want it to be a big plant. If you have a tree, you're going to have a lot of roots. It's going to be a deep system of roots. So you need a good enough soil, right?
Very intricate system.
Yes.
As well.
And I think that spirituality is just one of the nutrients of the soil that is going to be incorporated in what I would say a successful educational regimen, because like I said, people could just be good at math and they could love math and talk about math, and math is what helps get us to A and B a lot in life. But not everyone wants to talk about multivariable calculus or differential equations. However, the same I feel like is the same with spirituality. Spirituality will help us get out of dark places. It'll help us appreciate more the beautiful places. But not everyone needs to focus and needs to be so, not everyone needs to be at
and
that.
like you said,
at
this
that,
point before was that spirituality. So many people connected to religion. And obviously, religion in the school system is a very big line that you don't cross.
Yeah.
So, I think it's just the connotation of the word that it's a problem for a lot of people to understand their grasp around. But
I think
again, it comes down to like what you believe is the definition of it. But as like even stuff like this, like it's not even. I wouldn't even call it as like spirituality trying to push you to believe in anything. It just gives you advice on how to live your best life. It's psychologically, it's scientifically proven stuff where certain things that you think about affects you in your life, whether it's down the line or in your present or in your future. I just feel like anybody, this is very tangible stuff that anybody can get their hands on. Like, why not push it more. Like, I'm trying to figure out a way to say it. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
What are you thinking though? Let me hear your thoughts.
Absolutely. So when I say like part of spirituality being inherently like something to ingrain into the system, what oh, you had said something about religion, re- oh, got it. Okay, so separating the religion and spirituality, I think that something that's going to have to be probably done is most likely relabeling it under a different name that hides it from seeming too religious-y, but still keeps the domain that is spirituality. Words like this that can be words that can be used that can exemplify spirituality, I would say, is cosmic philosophy. And I say cosmic because the definition of cosmos, and let me just pull it up. From my understanding, cosmos is literally all existence. Definition. The cosmos is the universe seen as well-ordered whole. A system of thought.
So basically everything within the universe.
Literally, because those two definitions, the universe, first of all, plus thought. It's identifying both the physical realms and the etheric or the subtle realms. That is like thought, that is the consciousness. So that's why I think cosmic as a word and adding philosophy to it is most likely going to have to be the subject header for these classes because, granted, I think that there's going to be change in the school system after all this happens, but people need to be there to order what change needs to go there. Because if no one says, hey, you need to put stuff about spirituality in this class, or you need to, you don't have to teach like religion per se, but you need to at least teach these people what these inherent universal laws are in our universe that are cosmically bound, that are going to help them in their life, that are going to give them ease of knowing that everything will be okay. Just doing that identifies two components of us, which is the spiritual body and the emotional body. All the other subjects, math, science, that's the mental body. Then you have the physical body, which is helped by your activities that are extracurricular usually. And like I said, we are seeds in the soil, and a seed is going to grow best when you give it all of its nutrients. So making sure you cater the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual body is going to be absolutely important. And I think that we've been lacking on really both the spiritual and mental. Granted, emotional and mental. Yeah, I think that it's been so physically bound, how we approach problems, that we only tackle the symptoms and not get to the root cause most of the time. So.
Yeah, and going back to what you're saying is that people aren't taking care of, like even in school, right? You're pushed to take care of your physical body. That's why you do gym. That's why you do these fitness tests. You're told what to eat, right? You're constantly told on how to take care of your physical body, but why not your mental body? Like why isn't that a topic that people have to feel afraid about talking about, right? It's just because they never have the opportunity to talk about it. And when it comes to the point in times of their life where they come to these crossroads and they don't know what to do, it's a very hard time. You really dwell in having a balanced lifestyle of everything we're talking about. I believe as well there's a physical, mental, and spiritual body within all of us. within everything in life. Everything in life has an energy. We are made of energies. Blah blah. Blah. You got to take care of those things, and your spiritual is and it does more than just your beliefs. What I believe what your spiritual body is how your energy is let and released out into the world. Right? It's everything that you put out there is gonna maybe one day come back to you. You know, that's the whole thing about karma. It's if you put out more energy than negative energy, you're more likely to get positive energy back. Because it's just naturally what you're putting out, even though, like, we talked about this last time as well. It's so easy to be negative, especially in a time like this. Everybody just wants to hate on something because they're bored. So, putting yourself in a position where you're putting out more positivity into your life, even by the smallest things, right? You're more likely to get that positivity back. And if you're putting that energy out, somebody might even else receive that positivity. It doesn't even have to be recycled back to you. Somebody else can take in that energy. It's if everybody learns to put out these little positive energies, it'll grow into a bigger picture. But we have to be in the right mental state to do that. You have to be open-minded. You have to be strong up in the head, physically, emotionally, spiritually. You need to make an effort to do this. This all comes with effort and work. You know, it's not something that everybody's just born with naturally. You know, some people are just naturally born with this positive energy, this amazing energy that is awesome. But for most of people, it's something that you need to learn by. And it goes back to like your analogy of planting seed. It's when you do something positive for somebody else, you're like planting seed in them that might grow into this huge tree one day. Like, you know, you never know how you may affect someone's life or their day or whatever. You never know how you might affect someone. So just being that positive, radiating positivity out in there is a really big thing that I think right now, especially with everything that's going on, needs to be done more. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
There's something called what I would say like beacons of light, and I talked about it with some really close buddies at work about how we should strive to be beacons of light in a sense where we literally are just radiating light, and it's not so that people could look at us either. It's not for attention either, because when you think about light and you think about the source of light, being a beacon of light, you are becoming light. While you radiate light on other people, you're not necessarily looking for people to look at you, because guess what? The sun is a perfect example of this. If you look directly at the sun, it's probably going to hurt your eyes a little. But it's because of the sun, this beacon of light that shines upon us all, that is continuously growing our planet and taking care of us with its warm rays of light, you know? So that's something that we sort of looked into, where it's like you become a beacon of light purely out of a selfless reason, not out of anything that you want to be seen, not out of anything that you have ulteriorly. No, you are simply just being a beacon of light. And I thought that was really beautiful, because it was like, damn, that is like so pure, like in a sense of what light should be, you know?
Yeah, it even goes back to the video that we watched. It portrays back to even the times of Jesus, these rays of light emitting from his head.
Yes.
And even what was it, Buddhism, where there's a sun in the back, where the beam of light in the background.
There was, and then there was also I think Mary Magdalene, and I think one other one that they showed.
Yeah, one other one. But yeah, the energy that the sun creates is absolutely incredible. It really is. And light itself is absolutely incredible. That you could think of like nothing moves faster than the speed of light, right? The
Yeah.
speed of light is the fastest thing that we know of, personally. And for a lot of people, like when you think of light, you think of good, happy. Like, oh, somebody always tells you, oh, look on the bright side of things. Look at the light at the end of the tunnel. It's because it's just this. It's like the shimmer of hope, right? For all of us that we strive for. We always look for the light when we feel like we're in the dark.
Yeah.
But you gotta work through the dark to get to the light as well. You know, it's not as easy as
Yeah.
you gotta really push yourself through there in order to find it.
And what's crazy is that I told someone this last night. While the quest is to build your light, just remember that the bigger the light, the more shadows. You can have a really large light. You can expand, right? You could be this like little light. Imagine this is light, right? You can expand, right? And let's say that you are light, but everything around you is darkness. You can have a light that constantly is expanding. Look, now I'm a bigger light. This light has grown. But if you think about the circumference of darkness surrounding it, it has also grown. So just that pure analogy of growing light is also more darkness. It's not something that we are scared of. It's not something that we are worried about, but rather it is the conscious action of recognition of what is the reality. It's a very beautiful spiritual principle, because I think that, you know, spirituality can be seen as this aloof, you know, like, oh, whimsical thing. But no, this is a very concrete reality. This is saying, you know, you're always going to have these shadows around you. But so long as you are doing your best to embody the most light that you can inside of yourselves, you're doing what you're supposed to, type of thing, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this actually can segue into a really good topic of ours, was spirituality versus reality. It's what is the difference between the two? So when you speak of spirituality being a concrete thing in reality, what is let's start off. What do you see as what is reality? Because we already got a grasp of about what is your views of spirituality. So let's hear what you view of reality as.
What is reality? Ooh, that's a good question. You know, I think this is a perfect segue into a quick bathroom break. I am going to think about this question really quick.
I'm gonna get a water as well.
I really like this question. I'm going to write it down in the chat, and I'm going to see if anyone even well, I think someone will see this, because in the VODs they'll be able to see it and whatnot. But what is reality? We will be right back, guys. We've been streaming for an hour and 50 minutes straight.
Full talk.
Yeah, baby. All gas, no brakes.
Just there.
All right, we'll be back, guys. Let me put it on. Be right back.
right, looks like we are back.
There we go. All
Cool.
right.
All right, we're back. Got some Oreos.
Ooh, nice. Gotta have
What's
the
like
snackaroos.
Yeah, let's talk about this right now. Let's do a little something different. So, what's like your go-to like midnight snack? You're just like you see it in the pantry.
Bro, right here.
Ooh, what is that? Are those pistachios?
I am addicted to Brazil nuts.
Oh.
These Brazil nuts give me so much life. They're filled with a lot of good fats. They're filled also with a lot of protein. So it's like a really fucking massive nut. But
hey yo.
Oh.
What was it? Is it like any other nut you've ever tasted, or? Oh, is it something like what? Because I know you tasted a lot of nuts, man. You're a big nut guy.
Oh man,
like,
I love
like
all
walnuts?
the nuts of all cultures, man. Ain't no nut, no color, no. They all the same to me, you know. I just love my nuts. I just love my nuts. I actually don't like any other nut though raw. I think I only like Brazil nuts raw.
If I have cashews,
really, okay,
and pistachios.
I could do
slap.
cashews if I blend it up and I make it into like a cheese type of thing. You can make good cheese with cashews, bro.
Really? And it's excuse me, is it dairy free?
Yeah, completely dairy free.
So it's like cashew milk, but instead of lactose, you just use the nuts.
Yeah,
that's sick.
Really good.
That is really cool.
Made some fantastic mac and cheese.
I know. I actually
Oof.
I stopped drinking dairy like basically altogether. I stopped eating dairy as well. I don't really eat cheese anymore.
Oh, nice.
But substituting it with these alternatives, like these lactose alternatives, like oat milk.
Right.
Love oat milk. You got almond milk, now you got cashew milk, like, and the health benefits as well for them. Can't beat it. Definitely something if any of you guys haven't tried out, definitely try it out.
I love
Personally, oat milk is my favorite. I love oat milk.
I used to drink a lot of oat milk. This is hold on, guys. So I just wanted to whenever I have nice conversations like these and I take a nice break, I almost just love just sipping on a nice little glass of some sake. And I cannot tell you that I love sake. Sake is
really.
Oh my gosh.
You like hot sake?
Any sake, honestly.
Have you ever had hot sake? Like where they
put in the thing,
tea kettle, and then you like sip on it.
I love that too. It's
Nice.
it's like a hot tea
Really
but
nice.
alcohol.
Yeah, like in the winter, like that would be nice.
It's weird. I could take this sake, of which I think this is one of the best I've tasted so far.
I think sake is really good, actually. It's very light. It's refreshing.
It has a nice crisp to it if you drink it cold.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
It's
if you're 21 and up, definitely a beverage you should try out.
Exactly.
Sake sponsor us.
Sake sponsor us. Global Sake United, please.
Global Sake.
You know where to hit us up. Right here. But I think what's cool about sake too is like you don't get that weird taste that you do with like wine. That's like the phlegmy taste. You don't get like a heartburn
I don't like
vodka.
wine. Sometimes, especially red wine. I think red wine is just way too sweet for me. Sake, I really like how light sake tastes. It doesn't leave this taste in your mouth like wine does or beer or anything like that.
Yeah, it does its
Very
job
nicely
and
balanced.
is a pleasant time doing so.
You ever do the sake bombs?
Oh, with like Jaeger, or no, or was it
it's
beer?
when they put the sake like on 2 chopsticks above like a Japanese beer. I think it's usually Sapporo. And then you hit the table and then it drops and you drink it. It's a little bit more of like a chug.
Oh, I know. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't think
Yeah,
I've
I'm
ever
sure.
done
I'm
with
sure you
those.
know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Here, let me. I'm gonna do stop sharing just because I think my bandwidth is being weird with your camera. Here, try turning on and off your camera real quick. Let's see if the.
Is that better?
That.
What's going on?
For some reason, it looks a little pixelated for me on my screen. How about this? Let me disconnect from a call because it might be just my end, and I'm gonna call you right back.
Yeah, I'll disconnect too. So we'll just
All right.
refresh.
All right. Let's see if this issue sorts out, guys. All right. Oh yeah, that's better. Much better. That is 1,000 times better. Holy crap. Yeah, before you were looking like a Minecraft player, so.
I know. I looked at the stream. I was like, whoa. It's my Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi is poop.
All good. But yeah, I think I guess now would be a good time for me to answer that question, huh?
Yeah, I'm sure you had a lot of time to think about it. It's really simple question, honestly. And if you're wrong, yeah, we're just gonna no, it's fine.
Straight to jail. Straight to jail. But I think what is reality can be. I think actually. Hold on, I'm finishing up this last thought.
It's a tough question, man. It's a very complex question. There's a lot of layers to it. So
I almost yeah.
Let's do it on. First, actually, let's look up what the dictionary definition of what reality is.
Hold on, before we do that, I'm gonna write down mine then.
Yeah, go ahead. Do your thing.
Because I like doing that, like almost like predicting.
Yeah, like little side notes. All right, so reality, by definition, is the world or the state of things as they actually exist, as opposed to an idealistic or notion idea of them. Also, side noted, the state or quality of having existence or substance. Wow, I didn't realize that Google really washes out my face on the cam. Not a good look.
Well, it's weird when I like move my screens around my like monitors because it's like moving a light.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh. Okay.
I can turn this down actually a little bit.
So diction-based reality is saying how it's looking at the essence in a sense, or the actuality of what is. Now,
yeah, it's saying as if it's the definitive. Wait. I'm trying.
Yeah, no, you're right.
my
Definitive.
monitor just went black.
No, you're right. The definitive, because that's what they're saying. But the thing is, okay, if they're saying what actually is, and someone is working off a different reality than another person, and they still are achieving the same or better results, then are like, can we really be that objective as a collective that we actually know what reality is? And even if we are that as in a collective, are we really gonna say that the reality is that, even though we know that we are not always right? And not only that, but we are, I would say, not too old of a species compared to our solar system even. I think
yeah.
I think reality, as I would have to say, is subjective, because while denotatively it's saying that it's trying to get to the rawness, or it's trying to get to the existence, I think that what they're saying, their definition of reality, is actually existence. The term, the definition they provided for reality, I think, is actually existence, where like existence is just existence. It's not any interpretation. It is the pure form of essence and data. That is what I would consider to be existence. And I think that they're trying to say that reality is existence. But reality, I think that we have to define first what does real mean. And the thing is that real for one person is completely different for another, because of experience, because of actuality, because of all the different principles. I mean, environment, like there are so many scientific principles that are different. I man, it's so crazy how real changes for everyone and changes for so many different people. So with that being said, I give it a similar understanding as I give what is the purpose of life. And I think that the purpose of life is your purpose of life. That is the only way that the purpose of life can be answered. Because if everyone's purpose was the same, it would actually not make like the entirety of like, and I don't mean that as in like everyone's purpose can't be to love other people. Like, sure, that can be their purpose, but that's not their only purpose. The purpose is encompassing all of the purposes, all of the reasons they are manifested in where they are right now, right? So to say that, yeah, okay, everyone could do this, that's fine. That could be a common purpose, right? But they're going to have little things that matter still, that is still reality for them, that they have to do. It could be that they have to work at this shop for a while so that they can meet this one specific person. But, maybe this other guy doesn't have to work at that shop and meet that person entirely. So their purpose is going to be different from another one. But they all still have a purpose, and that purpose is their purpose. Like, it's I had to use purpose a lot to explain it, but that's what I feel like reality is as well. And that's,
like
yeah.
Your purpose of life is to find your purpose of life. Right?
Yeah.
It's so much more than what is on the surface.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with people that just live in reality, is they only see the surface of everything. Again, there has to be that balance of everything that you do in your life. The balance, the spiritual, the reality. And the thing about spirituality is that it's mainly an intangible concept, right? You can't really have this one definition of what spirituality is exactly the same way as you don't have a definite answer of what reality is. It does vary person to person.
Real quick.
And there's a lot of factors.
First of all, yeah, I actually do like everything you were saying there. Beatty in chat, though, did bring up an interesting thing and said, I don't understand what you're debating about. I want to ask them more questions, because this could be a really good test for us to see how we can instill information into just a viewer, So Beatty, tell us, what don't you understand what we're debating about? We're going to come back to you and answer that question, unless you can answer it for us right now.
I mean, we could just give a quick rundown of maybe what we're talking about.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. All right, so
give me 1 second.
Yeah, no problem. So BD, we're gonna give you a quick little rundown of what we were just talking about, and then I want you to just give us some questions. Give us hey, what does this mean? I don't understand this word. The question itself: are aliens?
Oh, I forgot that was the topic.
Oh yeah,
and
so
we haven't even touched that.
It's like a UFC championship. The fight that they announce comes on 3 hours into the pay-per-view.
Hey, maybe you came at a good time. Maybe this will spark the interest at this point. But basically what we are talking about right now is what is reality and what is spirituality. G just gave his.
Is this a part of a video game theory? Actually, no. This is a part of, I mean, our universe. I mean, well, video games are part of our universe, but in a more microcosmic way. What we're talking about is more macrocosmic, that pertains to us, in a very real and heightened sense, and things that are beyond us. So when we talk about these things, it may seem a little fanciful to some. It may seem like hard to grasp, but it was like that for all of us to start with. I think that over time, as you indulge in these conversations and as you take the time to listen, you'll start to see where parts of these things make sense. And it's going to be up to you to connect these things to create your own formations of opinions, reality, expectations of yourself, and how you want to move forward with this newfound information. So, and I believe in aliens, but I'm not sure about spirits. Hey, man.
Okay,
that's- yeah.
so then let's talk about this. Is actually a
Yeah.
great time to talk about this topic. So, what are alien spirits? Or are alien spirits, or are spirits aliens? Because you actually
Yes.
came up with this topic. So let's first get into it. Why are you questioning this? What
Mhm.
made you question this?
So, something that made me question this was when I thought about, okay, if we are to recognize a mental body, an etheric soul body, to ourselves, we have to also then recognize if we have this and we consider all of these things part of ourself, and we know that we are life and we have all these bodies. Therefore, what stops it from being the case where there are life forms that are inhabiting not physical bodies like this body right here that I could pinch, but inhabit an etheric body or a mental body and are around us, but we can't see with our physical body, but we could think of them and summon them. We could sense in a very empathic way through emotional body, maybe. I think that these life forms could be considered what we would call spirits in a sense, something that is etheric and intangible by a physical body. And I have to say it on this level because we are getting into a more scientific realm of how our understanding is with these things. And what I mean by that is that we can identify components and structure them in a formatted and organized way, where we could say our physical body cannot interact with this entity, but our soul or etheric body is able to interact with this way. And to begin with, to interact with our own soul body with our physical body, that's, we have these techniques called meditation. We have special practices that help us get more in tune with ourselves. So if we look at it this way, where we are a multitude of bodies in simultaneously in one place, of which this is proven by science, by quantum mechanics, by superposition, when we are in this superposition state that is a body, and we hold multiple parts of ourselves, and we are constantly trying to communicate between those parts of ourselves, and of which these other parts of ourselves communicate with things outside of ourselves, it brings into the factor of, okay, one, if we're communicating with something that is invisible, intangible with our other bodies, that's possibly a spirit, right? But two, if this thing is intangible, if this thing is not bound by physical limits, what stops it from going outside of this earth? Or what stops something from another planet coming to this earth if they are invisible, intangible, if they are not bound by a physical body? Now, I don't know the laws of energy in other dimensions perfectly. I can say, like the sun's a gateway, or light is the vessel of which these souls can travel. Yeah, there's a lot of these, ideas. But all I can say is that we have to look at how we define alien then, if we were to ask, are spirits aliens or are alien spirits? Because alien to us is something that on a very simple level is just
We're not
outs.
familiar to.
Yes.
It's something that we're not um, familiarized with our day-to-day life, right? It goes on the same point as why immigrants were called aliens at first. Because
Yeah.
they were from somewhere that isn't where you're accustomed to, something new. And it's the same exact thing. Is like, what are aliens? When we think of aliens, we obviously think like pop culture, ET, stuff like that. If these spirits or these energies in our lives that we're not accustomed to day by day start affecting us in a way that we don't understand, they're aliens, you know? If we're getting down to the definition of it, aliens is just something that we're not used to having around, and something that we have to get used to, honestly.
Right.
And yeah, there's definitely well, B said an alien is a life form that isn't yet identified, most likely lives on another planet. This is my definition of an alien. Yes, and then that's like the point I'm trying to make is that is what most people think of when they think of alien. But the way that we define it as humans in this world is something that is outside of our reality, really. It's outside of what we live in every single day.
I think you hit a root.
Yeah. And it's the connection of all these things, right? Everything connects one another. You just might not know exactly how originally it comes from, or where it roots from, but
I want to expand on that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Beatty, think about what that definition is telling you. This definition, you could break it down even more simply. It's like an equation in math where you have a polynomial that's all complex, and if you just add like terms, if you just do whatever PEMDAS, everything, you might simplify it into a more easily accessed expression, or an easier expression in general. So when we look at an alien as a life form that isn't yet identified, most likely lives on another planet. Think about what Nathan has just said. He said that something that isn't in our reality. And if you think about it, what you just said is also not in our reality. But what is also not in our reality is a spirit that is not like a spirit that comes to us that we have not yet identified or that we don't know about. If a spirit were to appear to me in my room and I had a conversation with it, I would want even if they were identifiable in that moment as either a bird, a human, etc. Yo, do you see that?
What?
Look at that dot in the closet.
Yeah, it's been there the whole time.
I just saw it and it looked like an eye, and I was like, what?
It kind of freaked you out.
Yeah, I was like,
yeah, what is that? It's been there the whole time.
Want to turn on the light? And we're gonna see. It's probably a belt, honestly.
Oh, it's just something reflecting.
Oh yeah, it was this.
Oh, hanger. Gosh darn hanger.
I know. All right, let's get back into this. All right, so if you think about that life form that is a spirit, it's like, it's hard to think about an alien as just some physical thing, because when we realize that alien is actually something that is outside of our reality, the possibilities open up. You even think about, what if something were to emerge from underneath the crust and it came out and it said that it was the life form on this planet? It would still be alien to us. It would still be very different, even though it's not from this earth. I mean, even though it's from this earth, it's still alien to us.
Yeah,
So
it's like
yeah.
that saying, have you ever felt alienated? Have you ever felt like you don't belong? Right? These are feelings that you feel specifically is the same way as when something that we feel like doesn't belong in our life is an alien to us. And he says, well, first let's, yo, what's up, Cam? Zippy Bang, that's my homie Cam.
Oh,
best
sweet.
friend, back in New York.
That's
Miss you,
awesome.
bro. Thank you for coming in. But BD said a spirit is probably not real. An alien, on the other hand, is near certain to be real. All right, so this goes back to the same thing of, well, how do you define what a spirit is? You're thinking it on the sense of, oh, a ghost, right? The same way as you see an alien of, as like ET from another planet. In like the easiest way possible, spirits, you can use multiple words for the word spirit. I like to use energy because I feel like spirit is, and spirituality is way too loosely thrown around and has different connotations from person to person. So I like to use energy as in that sense. And this is also scientific facts as well with these energy reading devices now that we have with technology. Is energy is a real thing in this world, and different parts of the world have different energies, spiritual energies, right? It doesn't have to be just ghosts like what you watch on Ghost Epic. It comes down to more than that. It's this like presence in the world that we live in that isn't tangible, but we somehow feel it, right? Like you ever just feel like a very high energy place. You feel you just walk into a place, you get this certain feeling, whether positive or negative. So I think that's how me and Majid both see what the word spirit is more of energies, not ghosts per se, but
I think also
just the unphysical boundary in our world and our lives.
And I think that it's energy that has been given form by consciousness, because the universe itself is conscious. We know that this is true without a doubt because we are conscious and we are the universe. We're part of it, right? If we are a part of the universe and we have the consciousness, that's to say that there is another part of this universe that has to also have consciousness, because if we have it, then it's like an inherent it's an inherent part of life to have conscious. And I think that when you look at spirit, that is a collection of energy that has given form, because in essence we have some form of feeling from it. It has some form of form. It's a lot harder to say, oh, a spirit is not necessarily real, because when we know that energy cannot be created nor destroyed, when we know that energy simply changes form, we know that there has to be so many different levels of form to exist that energy can go inside of. These different forms, I think, are different dimensions of like being. So you have first dimensional, second dimension, third dimension, etc. And each of these dimensions are like layers. It's like flat layers, like on a cake stacked on top of each other, that's covering the essence core of what is existence.
But with no specific order.
Right.
As well, with no specific order. It's just.
And then
something like you can get into everything in life has layers, right? There's no one answer. Just like in math, there's not one single answer. There's infinite answers. It's like, you think of it this way: you can get the number 1, right? You can do 1 plus 0, or you can do 9 minus 58. It depends how you see the perspective of it. There's infinite possibilities. There's infinite answers within everything.
Yeah.
It's just what you got to figure out what works for you. And we're not here to say that there's any right or wrong answer to anything. We're just here to maybe give you guys some guidance on where you can take this in your life. And this is the reason why we're doing it. And BD and Cam got to miss these points earlier, that there really is no right or wrong answers to these types of questions. And I'm not saying BD, you're wrong at all. You're more than free to think of what an alien, what a spirit is, as much as you want. You know, that's the beauty of all this, is that everybody has a different perspective on life, on what words are, even though there are dictionary definitions. But Cam said, my initial thought was the Mayans and how they made predictions based on their calendar. They had their own set of gods, and at the same are said to have contact with aliens. At some point, they had contact with some ethereal being, whether you call it alien, spirits, or ghosts, heavenly or spiritual. And I like that you put heavenly or spiritual quotes, because me and Majid had this big talk of spirituality does not have to connect to religion on any sense. You know, we were saying that we wish there was a different word from it, because spirituality is so culturally tied to religion now that you can't talk about spirituality without religion being even the slightest bit connected to it, right? So when we talk about spirituality, we don't mean religion by any means. Yes, religion has its own set rules of how to live your life spiritually, but the way that you live your life spiritually is solely based on you. There's no set rules for it at all. It's you, and all this comes with experience, 100% experience and knowledge, and doing the research to figure out these kinds of things. I think the biggest thing is life experiences, because that's something that is happened to you personally. And I think that's the biggest thing with people that are skeptics, is because they haven't had anything experienced to them. Hopefully you guys get one of these spiritual experiences in your life, and it opens up another layer, or opens, as they say, your third eye, makes it a little bit clearer for the light to come through and shine out.
The basic definition for ethereal would be some sort of god which a religion worships.
Oh, he said define ethereal, heavenly or spiritual. That's the definition of personal connection.
I would say for me, when I think of the word ethereal, I think that thanks to my extensive knowledge in MMORPGs like World of Warcraft, I've been extensively trained on what is an ethereal, because they're literally a race. But on a more
let's just explain that a little bit. So how does the game portray ethereal?
Yeah.
Because that probably gave you a little bit of what is the word? It just put like an impression on you that, oh, this is what it looks like. That when I think of this word, this is how I see it. So how did they explain it as? Maybe you could pull up a picture or something like that.
I think what I really like about the ethereals in the Minecraft world, and I'm pulling up a picture now, is that they capture the word themselves. The way that an ethereal is. Ethereal. Wow. They capture what an ethereal is elegantly through the use of how the character was made. And I think that ethereal is something that cannot be grabbed like I can grab this cup, but you can surround yourself around it and eventually get to the shape of which the essence is taking form. And how I see this so so beautifully or eloquently produced in World of Warcraft is that if you look at the ethereals, you see that they are beings of energy surrounded in loincloth or some form of literally just like cloth. And they're like pure energy just in cloth. The cloth is not grabbing it, but it is merely surrounding the essence of what is this energy of this being. And I think that's what ethereal to me is. Ethereal is something that can't be grasped like a physical object like this cup, but rather surrounded by us and eventually understanding the form that we take as we surround it.
Um, you said the basic definition of ethereal would be some sort of god, which is a religious worships.
Beatty,
Religions not based on.
I'm
Yeah,
honestly
no,
really
no.
glad you're here right now because I think that it's good to have opposition in a sense of like
Yeah, yeah.
trying to
We've been
expand
kind
us.
of because me and Majid have very similar ideologies and thoughts. So having someone that sees the very straight, basically, I don't want to say straightforward, but mass majority definition of what we believe in is it's nice to hear. It gives us a little bit more to talk about.
And I
I'm
like
sorry,
to
but you can give me as
yeah.
much of a proof as you want. I'm a science guy, so I'll never believe in what spirit or God religions tell me to communicate. Again, we just want to completely take a. We don't want to bring religion into this. This is like, there's a whole nother topic that we could get into. We want to. This episode is really about spirituality and how it affects us. So we ask that if you can maybe take away the religious part that you're thinking of and think of it as its own separate notion. Yes, that is a dog in the background.
Cute doggo.
That is Laya. She's sleeping.
Cute doggo. Just to also note on Beatty, yeah, I feel you, man. I am also a huge science guy.
Yeah, we all are. Me and Majid, as much as we have these ideas, we also want facts and scientific proof in order to support our ideas.
Yeah.
Because it goes back to the same thing. If we're trying to convey our beliefs onto someone without any facts, how are we gonna show them that what we're saying is credible to any sense, right? Everybody needs facts in order to build their ideologies.
I think that with being a big science person, I think it's really good that you are into science. I think that you should keep on studying that. What I want you to do as you learn about your science is think about the root of where all of these subjects come from. Think about why are we studying things that are on this nature. And it'll lead you to very practical questions, such as, why do we need this math equation, right? And, they'll say, well, this is used in the Schrodinger's equation for quantum waveform collapse. You're going to get questions answered like that. But eventually you're going to find a question that is actually quite peculiar, where you don't exactly know how it's going to be answered. And I found something like this, such as when we are learning about what our physical body is and how we are a collection of atoms, right? Collection of particles. And you think about an electron and what an electron is. And you think about the relationship an electron has to the nucleus of an atom. Technically, my electrons can be all the way out in the Andromedan galaxy right now. We know this from scientific fact. And we know that if this electron is in the Andromedan galaxy, we still know that it is connected to us, if it is one of our surrounding atoms. And knowing this scientific principle, we have to ask why. Why is this electron able to be so far away from us when we are right here in the Milky Way galaxy? And you're going to find very hard-hitting questions like that may lead you deeper into science, but you have to think about where it still is coming from over and over and over again. And that is a journey in science that I think is spiritual. And what I mean by spiritual is not by some religion. I think that spiritual is what we should do to give us what we need to do next. It's almost our path. It's almost part of how we find our purpose. And spirituality is not just, mystical magic, crystals. It's not just that. Spirituality is the enlightenment. It is the continuation of our consciousness of rising. That's what spirituality really is. It's about elevation of our consciousness to higher levels. And by asking these questions continuously, you are taking that path of spirituality that is based in science, where you are going into, hey, I want to find the reason all these things are happening, because I want to know why they're being done, and the root principle of it, right? And the more you get to that root principle, the more it unravels. And I said this with Nathan, how spirituality in some other terms is like mathematics. Not everyone wants to know about differential equations and multivariable calculus, but it's around us in every single way. Whether you like it or not, math is around us, even if you didn't like it in school. And it's the same thing with spirituality, how it's all around us, because it is the what is, really. Spirit is the first thing that comes before everything else, because without the spirit, there is nothing to manifest a mind. It's like without the mind, there is nothing to manifest the body. Because if you think about all these layers, the body needs the mind to manifest. To pick up this lighter, I had to think about something to pick up, and I chose that lighter in my head, and I mentally thought that would be a good idea to grab this as an example. Me being here right now on this podcast is me following my soul, because my soul feels an urge to want to express what I feel within that I think I can show to other people. And in order for that to express, it talks to my mental body saying, hey, figure out a way to express this out to other people. And then my mental body talks to my physical body and says, hey, go do this podcast with Nathan and go figure out how you could, and it's just a line of communication that keeps going. We are inhabiting all these parts. Think about this as well. Actually, hold on. Do you have anything that you wanted to say, Nathan? Let's catch up on the comments as well.
Yeah, I'm just reading up. BD said, there's so much proof that spirits exist, but there's more proof provided by science that they are fake. For me, science is more likely to believe as they have facts. And this, I said this point before, but we don't see spirits as ghosts. Whatever you see on TV is more than likely fake. Don't believe anything you see on TV. Yes, you should believe in scientific facts, but you should also question as well. That's a big thing that you need to do. Don't settle for any answer. But we're talking about energies within our lives that and it's so hard to name these concepts that we believe in when it has this other connotation and it has this variety to it that can't physically. It's hard to describe something that isn't physically there, that isn't in reality. The difference of spirituality and reality. It's not in our reality. It's something within here that's in our consciousness that is. It's part of our reality in a sense, and there is a connection to the both. I'm not saying they're completely opposite, but
and if you think about it,
our spiritual being connects us to whatever you may believe in, but I believe it connects us to the universe and above. Our mentality connects us to our realities. But they and vice versa, they also work as well. Our mentality of things is how we think things through. Our mentality is based on how we deal with our lives in the physical realm, right? It's whatever we can see in front of us, around us, whatever may be in the news or anything like that. That is the reality of things, right? And then you go to the spirituality of things. It's something that goes beyond the physical realm. That is, it's not definitive. It's not tangible. We can't do anything like that. But there is scientific proof that there are these energies in our physical world that we were saying there's technology now that can read these energies. And like Majid was saying, he was you did what was it called, the EEG,
electroencephalogram.
Yeah, so that basically connects to your brain and reads your brain waves.
Yes, it so basically what it does is that there's electrodes that are able to So all of our thoughts, all of our brainwave motions, as electricity moves, because by the way, the newsflash, we are electrical beings actually on a more basic components of things, and then electricity is just energy, so we're energetic beings. But our brains have all these electronic impulses, and electricity is flowing everywhere, right? And as we know from math, from science in the field of like electronic engineering or just electronics, when energy or electricity moves through a specific pathway, an EMF field is produced. So we actually produce an EMF field, and the EEG basically has these electrodes around our brain that will detect the EMF fields that are produced by these by the interactions of neurons sending electrical impulses. So with that being said, in the basic terms, it is able to capture the EMF fields in our brain, and then it shows us them as brainwaves.
Which just comes to the point of, just because something isn't tangible and is not in our reality doesn't mean that it's not there. Just the same way as our brain waves in our brain don't seem like we don't physically see it working, doesn't mean that there's nothing there. So that's when you got to look past the surface of things. You got to see.
Very well said.
Just because we can't see these spirits, energies, whatever you want to call it, in the reality aspect of things, doesn't mean that it's not there, because there is technology that proves that there are these energies in here. So BD said a little bit ago, so spiritual in your opinion means like someone's future. No, not necessarily. I do believe that you being spiritual can lead you to a better future, but I don't think, in my opinion, there's no definition for spiritual or anything like that. I can slightly more like self-awareness. Yeah, that's a really good point, and that's something that I've been really living upon, is self-awareness. I think self-awareness is something that a lot of people need to build on. And when I say self-awareness, I mean always recognizing and being mindful of where each state of your body is at. Right? When you're mentally weak, you got to realize that, and you do realize it because you get these feelings, right? And that's the thing with humans, as humans, is that we have very complex emotions. We are able to physically, mentally feel these emotions to a sense of when we know something's wrong, right? And that's the whole thing about being self-aware, is you got to recognize these things, and you got to recognize on how you can fix it, how you can make it better, and what's going to be the outcome of it. A lot of people need to be more self-aware. I don't think that is really connected to spiritual, mental, or physical. I think that's everything as a whole. It's just the recognition of it, and then the actions of what you do with that.
And I think something I'm also going to mention is that something that gets really, 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 really confused is mystical and spiritual. Mystical is more of the side of that magical side of things, where it's like dealing with, I guess, things that aren't inherently just for your consciousness raising, or your soul to raise higher. It's things that are on a higher level of thinking that might incorporate spiritual aspects, or incorporate ethereal aspects. Let me say that. That incorporate ethereal aspects, but aren't necessarily for the betterment of just your consciousness, or just for the betterment of your consciousness. Spirituality is just for the betterment of your consciousness. That's why it's not just like, oh, shoot divination or anything. No, it's more so, hey, this event happened to me, and I've learned something amazing from it, and it all happened in divine timing, or this timing that seemed impeccably perfect, and that's incredibly spiritual. That's one of the most spiritual things that can happen to you. I'd say, though, to answer one other question that he has on here, but how can something be mental if it doesn't even have a brain or resembling that to think? So let's think about the universe. So If you think about from a universal
Wait,
perspective.
one
Yep.
second. I think BD is going to bed right now.
Oh, BD. Okay.
So we don't want to hold you up from doing that.
Yeah.
But this is gonna be pre-recorded, so tomorrow, if you got the time, check back. We're gonna answer this right now, as you go to bed. So definitely check back if tomorrow or so, whenever you
Yeah.
finish this video, and yeah, we'll have an answer for that. But BD, thank you very much for joining in with us today.
BD's a
And
homie.
thank you for bringing a different point of view.
Yeah.
It was really refreshing, and we
That
really
was.
appreciate that.
That really was. That like seriously,
Yeah,
we're not
that
just
really
saying it. We're
was.
like, that
Yeah,
was like, wake up.
we're trying to. It's so easy for me and Majid to like talk about this stuff because we understand it, but trying to explain it, it really gets us thinking. And we really
Yeah.
gotta, we really gotta do our best job to come off not arrogant or anything like that, and
Yeah.
try to open your mind up to our beliefs, and we appreciate you sharing your beliefs to us. But yeah, thanks for coming. Hope you have a good night.
Have a blessed night,
Majid,
BD.
you want to say anything?
Yeah. Everything Nathan just said, I repeat it. I put my word on that, and I think that teaching others is one of the best ways of learning.
Yeah.
It's a way of solidifying the knowledge. So thank you so much, BD, for stopping by. Thank you for your presence. I hope you have a blessed day, and check back later for this recording. We're definitely, this is going to be a good recording for sure, especially for an episode 1. Oh my gosh. But something I wanted to bring up was the topic of, the brain, and how can something think if it doesn't have a brain? Well, what is a brain? What is a brain? Well, okay, so let's I'm gonna get into. I'll be going now. All right, see you later, BD. You got to think about what is a brain, and a brain is, in our definition, a collection of neurons that have synapses that all fire this electrical impulse to each other, or energy to each other, to let them know about certain things going on, and then it all produces some form of a result. This all happens in a very, very fast time. Okay, so what about this is so important that we need to break it down on this level? Why do we need to know that it's just energy between synapses and neurons? Well, the reason I bring that up is because of this photo right here. So right here on the left, you have neurons. These neurons obviously have the synapses, and they're all firing these electrical impulses or energy to each other. On the right, you have what looks like a neural pathwork, but the quote-unquote reality is that it's our universe photographed. I forgot what spectrum it's photographed in, but it was photographed to show basically the channels of energy flowing through each part. And when you look at it from this perspective, you see clusters of, high intensity energy. You see, obviously, it looks exactly like a neural network in our own brain. And when you think about it that way, and you think about how something very small, and you have this huge universe that exemplifies something that is within our own brain. One, you have to use above so below. You in this scenario, you have to do above so below. That means like above so below means that as what is above you, as what is bigger, will also be on a lower scale, a smaller scale. So we are this smaller scale in this, for example, and the universe is the macro scale. So when we see this though, and we see that we obviously are thinking, we obviously have conscious thought, we obviously are able to produce and make things happen, and we see that there's obviously something that looks like a neural network, literally exactly to what ours look like. It kind of mind bends you, because it's like, okay, if this is actually something that is similar to a neural network, one, the universe as the macrocosmic scale is a brain? Question mark? Is a conscious entity? Question mark? And two, if the universe is thinking or has actual thought, or if it has actual expression, if it has, this consciousness inherent to it, but we also do, what does that make us? And how come that it has that as well, and how come we have it as well? It's something that is hard to give one straight answer to, but I think it breaks down how we think of one, life, and how we think of two, consciousness. It breaks down what is thought, because when you say, but how can something be mental if it doesn't have a brain or something resembling it to think? Well, we've just identified that in fact the universe is mental. The entirety of our universe has to be mental, because it literally shows that it's a connected neural pathwork, just like our own brains. So if the universe is mental and we are part of that mental, we are literally able to do things that are mental, literally have a conscious that controls mental. It's like, think about how powerful that really is, because then what we put out there, like what we say about what you put out there is what you're going to get back. It really actually shows on a scientific level that if what we put out there as a thought waveform is connected to a larger neural network of the universe, well, shit, we are connected to so much shit that is just unbelievable. And in essence, also, we are thought. We literally are thoughts. We are literally thoughts in a universe. We are literally thoughts, not thoughts. Thoughts in a universe. Coming up for air for a second, but yeah, we are literally like that. I can't explain anymore how crazy this is. That yes, we have these physical objects, that's our reality, but we are literally a thought, a conjuration of energy within a neural pathwork in a universe.
I mean, think of it in this aspect. If you look at something, say, your phone or your computer, right? It all came from an idea. It all came from a thought.
Mm-hmm.
And just because it might not necessarily say have a heart or brain, think about all the components that it takes to make these things. You got different parts that work together simultaneously to bring you something that is your phone, that is your computer. Just because something doesn't have a conscious per se, on a very literal term, doesn't mean that it can't be resembled in how we see it. I had this thought the other night. I had this thought the other night on how vast the universe is. We see, this is what Cam's saying. We see no end to it, and we have no idea how far it reaches. Yes. It just seems to go on endlessly forever through time and space. We live in our little galaxy surrounded by countless others. Yeah, this is a great point that this is something that I believe everyone should think about one day and just be humbled by it. And by that, I mean just remembering telling yourself that in this universe, you are nothing but a small speck of sand. But it's what you make of it in this world. It's just what you make of it, of your life, that it is what matters. Just because the universe is huge and goes on so much, and this doesn't even have to go to the aspect of spirituality, like, oh, believe in the universe, believe in blah blah blah. No, it goes onto the little term of you are so small in this universe, but in this world you can be so big. You can be the biggest. And having that mentality, having that mentality that keeps you humble to the point where you realize that you're really nothing, but you can be something. It's such a, I don't know. That's just something that I live by. Something that I try to remind myself when I feel selfish in a sense. Whenever you feel selfish, just remember, like, you're literally nothing. Don't think that you're better than someone else, because you're not. Everybody deserves the same amount of happiness. And everybody achieves that in certain ways. It takes longer for certain people. It takes different experiences for certain people to experience that, but at the end of the day, we all deserve to be happy. And just remembering that we're all really in this world on Earth, especially, like we're really nothing. It's scientifically proven that our universe is growing at an exponential rate, that it is indefinite, it is beyond our galaxy or beyond our solar system. There's so much beyond that that a lot of people get stuck up in this in reality. A lot of people get stuck up in reality and don't see beyond these things, and they just think that they're the center of the world when they're really not. It's all a bigger picture than that. And I believe that that is something that more people need to be enlightened of. And we say this term a lot, enlightened. We're not saying that it is the only way to achieve happiness, but it's definitely a way of lifestyle that we live by.
Yeah.
It looks like you were thinking something, so.
That was beautifully said. Yeah. And Zippy, especially since you're Nathan's friend, I want to say that we want to open these discussions up, especially to anyone on Discord. So next time we have the Cosmic Cast on, I definitely want to. Yeah, absolutely. Like have them stop by, and like I would love to have you on the cast and stuff.
Yeah, maybe
and
just do like a little interview. This kind of wants to be more of like like those it's like radio talk shows where they have people like call in and stuff, and it's like, hey, you on Sway in the morning? You remember that? You remember that guy? It's like people calling in. We want it to be kind of like this, where we're having a conversation, but the viewers, also part of it, and we can have like Discord talk with y'all up in here.
Yeah.
No, maybe not at 3, 4 in the morning. We kind of decided to do this on a real whim, actually.
Huge whim.
But this turned out to be one hell of a topic. How long are we going on now?
Ooh, we've been going on for about 3 hours.
3. It's crazy.
Oh yeah.
And it just feels like we just scratched the surface. I mean, relatively a lot of what we're saying is being repeated because people are asking questions and stuff.
Yeah.
But we don't mind repeating ourselves if we have to, because again, teaching is one of the best ways to learn.
I think Zippy, I'm really glad I stayed up tonight and that you hit me up. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Like I said, this whole conversation from front to back is gonna be on Majid's channel. Possibly when you think tomorrow or so. And then maybe we can work on a highlights, maybe cut it down to like 10, 15 minutes. Maybe that's something, if we get a big enough people like wanting to do that, we can do that.
That sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
I think
I really appreciate having you here, Cam. Ed was here earlier. He stopped by. He said what's up. It's really nice seeing old friends come back, and not even old friends. I mean, I used to see you every day, so it wasn't anything crazy. Majid's an old friend, but I really hope, Cam, like what you're listening right now is, tell us. I mean, you can put it in chat right now if you agree with us or what you see what is spiritual, because Cam is a very religious guy. His whole family grew up religious, so a lot of the times me and Cam do not agree on things because he's so religious and I am not. I will admit it, I'm not religious. I do believe in spirituality. I do believe in the universe and science. And Cam does to an extent as well. Like he said, he realized how vast the universe is and stuff. But having someone like Cam on this would be really good because he has very different points of views as well.
Yeah, that's perfect. I something I'm gonna say really quick. I was looking through the viewers on um the channel, so I look to look at lurkers, because it's really funny to see who's lurking. And then
Uh-huh.
I went down this rabbit hole of looking at this one lurker who had like, was here, and then I saw anime and titties, and I was like, oh, I love anime and titties, and I'm really happy that my preview of when I
Oh
clicked and I was
no.
frozen to the stream, because that could have been really fucking hilariously bad. Dude, anime and titties really just get you some time.
Looking at lurkers.
That's but yeah,
It says we got 6 people on here. Damn, you guys stay up late.
I know so many people are actually up late. I'm hoping so
But like, you know what's the crazy thing? It's like
What?
it's these hours where you have these thoughts most of the time, where you're just like,
yeah, for real.
you're just lost in your thoughts, and you're like, what is life? Like literally, you're just like, what is life, bro?
Yeah.
And then you just get stuck in this loop in your consciousness, just try to spew 1,000 answers at you, but you really don't get one. And maybe we'll make this a late night thing, where we stay up to these kinds of hours. If it becomes down to that, maybe we'll start a little bit earlier so we can go
Yeah.
bring out more topics. Again, this is our first time. This is our first episode, hopefully. Oh, also follow me on Twitch. I'm gonna do a little shameless plug right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not shameless.
Twitch.tv/CozyNate, KOZY.
We're gonna need a shout out command.
Yeah, we're gonna need a shout out command. Yeah, but as soon as Majid helps me out, setting everything up, we'll be starting some episodes on my page, on my page as well. It'll be called Cozy Cast. It can be really chill as well as this, and we're not gonna just be talking about spiritual. We're gonna be talking about a whole different bunch of things. And another thing that I really want to get into is mental health. I believe that is one thing that we shameless plug spam right now. I believe that mental health is one thing that doesn't get brought up enough in our society, especially at our age. Me and Majid are, I'm 21, Majid is 22.
Yeah.
He's 22. So we don't see a lot of content creators our age kind of talking about this stuff. I believe that the world that we're living in right now is changing, and we have, as our age, we have very different views of life than the previous generations. That I believe that there's gonna be a whole bunch of things that we're gonna do. We're gonna plan out some really awesome stuff in the future. Hopefully this we can start doing this a little bit more often. I don't know, maybe we'll set up a schedule and stuff. But yeah.
I think that tonight wasn't bad per se. I think especially with it being like out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like we went over so much, and I think that I'm really happy that we created that list of topics now, even though we really only didn't go over like a lot of them, but I think
we kind
we
of
expected that. I feel like
we kind of talked our way into them.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
It was
Especially
kind of weird, even though we didn't mean to.
them.
We kind of like talked our way into.
It
Oh,
could-
Kempstead. I think everyone is on their own path, and I believe that there isn't one set way of achieving enlightenment. I'm a firm believer of being self-aware in a spiritual way. See, so
Yes.
like again, when we say spiritual way, do you believe in the sense of religion, of living a religious life and going to heaven, and that's that sense of spiritual way? Because I believe that that is what you're talking about. And by enlightenment, do you believe being holy, like living your life so you go to heaven? Is that what you mean by enlightenment? Because me personally, I have two very different points of view from those. So, yeah. Whatever. I mean, do you have anything to say about that?
So something for me with heaven that's changed over time so much is, so, I obviously used to think like, oh, heaven's like the place for afterlife, right? But now my shifted perspective on it is that heaven and hell are already here. It's just our choice of which one we want to go to, but it's not a choice that is so hard to make in a sense of no one's going to get to heaven. It's more so you place yourself there because that's what's your peace. Like, hold on, let me actually go back another step.
Go ahead.
I think the reason why heaven and hell are already here is because if you think about what is the principles of heaven and hell, an eternity of joy and everlasting, and hell is just endless pain and suffering, right? And like, you can't escape hell per se. Like, when they say that, I think that there's this level that they're trying to speak to, as in that we bring heaven and hell into our current being right now, because if we know that we are multidimensional, if we know that we have that physical, mental, soul body, right, and we know that it's our soul that goes to heaven or hell, and we also know that our soul is here right now, and our soul is connected to those two places, technically, wouldn't that mean that our soul can go to heaven or hell as it is right now, as it is? Because we know that we have our soul, and we know that those places, if they were to exist per se, would be there already. So I think that heaven or hell is something that you experience in the now. I think it's something that, as a human, we are literally experiencing heaven or hell if we choose to, right? And I think that the choice usually to get you to heaven or hell, I mean, it's like, if you want to live life as heaven on earth, there's definitely a way to do it. And I don't say that as of just like, oh yeah, like I've read it. Like, I feel like there's been moments in my life where I've reached that point of, wow, this is actually heaven on earth, and I try to make sure I continue to manifest myself in a way that allows me to be in that environment continuously, or allows myself to more so experience that. Because I think that if I focus on wanting to be in heaven, I don't have to worry about the bad things that, land you in a bad place. And I say that as, okay, I could focus on, the fact that I've given, 20 hours of my week to a homeless shelter, and I worked on something, right? And I like donated to the shelter, and I do that like for every week, right? I can focus on that because it's so beautiful, but I also might know that, as a person, I've had a lot of trouble with communication with family, and it's messed up all my, family communications, and, I don't know if they really like me. Well, the thing is, I could think about that, or I could think about the things that were good, the things that I realized that I would want someone to do for me, to continue to manifest what you've done for another, that you would want to do done unto you in a positive manner, where it's like, giving your time selflessly. That you're exemplifying what heaven on earth would be living like. And if you exemplify it, you're going to manifest that for yourself. And since we know we have that soul body connected to it, it'll be right here. You're going to say?
And that's the thing about manifestation, is it works, in a scientific term, the laws of attraction. It's, you attract the energies that you put out. Whatever energy you radiate, the natural law of attraction is similar energy is going to be connected to you, right? And then you have the same as like the law of like a magnet. You can repel or you can attract. And another big thing that you talked about, heaven and hell, if you see it on that standpoint, is you're saying it in the present, right? And this is one thing that I was reading on yesterday, is the essence of time and how we see it. Because really, time, on a scientific point of view, is is infinite, right? You do have the past, the present, and the future. But a lot of the times, there's on in this book right here, The Magic of Manifesting, it says we get caught up in our future and our past and end up ignoring the only real component of time, the present, which is very true. Most of the time, we are left thinking about our past or the future way too much and don't live in the present enough. And I believe the problem with that is the concept of time. And it says in here as well, we live our lives by the clock and have developed Pavlovian responses to it. Basically saying that time as we see it is a mental construct, right? Somebody just said, okay, this is the time of day. Oh, it's 1 o'clock, it's 2 o'clock. Oh, yeah, we eat breakfast at this time. And, everybody runs their day around the clock. And when you live that way, like, yes, you definitely want, like, some sort of schedule in your life. I believe that is very healthy.
Balance in all things when living in
Yeah,
society.
balance in everything. But when we live too much in the past, and this goes back to the whole thing of letting go, right? We had this talk about how big letting go is, so you can live more in the present instead of the past. And then with the future is the aspect of not overthinking, maybe living more in the moment so you don't worry about the future. Putting yourself out there. It's the same thing. To get your best future, you can do all these things. You have the self-awareness, be spiritual. Be open-minded. That's the biggest thing I can say is, if you really want to live your best life, you would be open-minded to every possibility out there for you to live your best life. Really, to be happy, you would be open to all options of that. If somebody came up to you and was like, hey, you want to be happy? Like, read this book or blah, blah, blah. It can help you. Like, I'm not saying that spirituality is going to do that for you. I'm saying that doing the research into these things can help you achieve a better life in your future. And meditation is a great thing that you can do. All these things can help you set up to live more in the present, but still remember, points of your past that bring you back to the present, make you remember who you are today and why you're the person you are today. But yeah, I just feel like people need to stop living by the clock more and start living more in the moment. Live more open-minded and take in every possibility that can be an answer. Take it in, formulate your own opinions, your own beliefs, and always question everything. Because the more you question, the more you're going to want to know, and the more you want to know, the more you're going to learn.
Yep. Facts.
So, yeah. When I see spiritually separates from religion, I see spiritually as self-awareness. Yes. How one works on themselves, the choices they make for their life, and being selfless. That's just my interpretation. When Nate just said is how I see spirituality, you get what you get. Yeah, so I believe in self-awareness. I believe in spirit. You get what you get, and I'm sure. I don't know. You want to respond to that?
I think that I see spirituality as self-awareness.
So Cam, you're saying that you separate spirituality and religion.
Absolutely.
So the way that you sense it is completely different. So your religion is you live by as well, but your spirituality you also live by as well. They're close, but at the same time they're separated, right? They're like parallel.
I think spirituality, when you get to even more basic principles, what you're doing is you're taking the energy that is within your grasp that you have control over and refining it into better forms of energy. So when you think of spirituality or self-awareness, that makes sense to me. Because when I think of self-awareness, I automatically am interpreting that if you have the self-awareness, you're gonna be working towards a betterment of yourself. When you have self-awareness, you're able to do that, really, because you know what parts of you are broken, you know what parts of you aren't, and you know what parts to improve and what parts to repair, what parts to get rid of.
Yeah. Nobody knows you better than yourself.
Yeah. And the choices they make for their life and being selfless, that's just my how one works on themselves is choice. That's just my okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Everything you just said there, in that part after I see spirituality, self-awareness, yeah. Everything I said, I feel like matches alongside with that, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
and Cam, what I
Yeah.
really encourage you, if you have these beliefs, is definitely check out these books. I'll send you them, send you a link to them, whatever you want to do. Besides the whole spirituality things, the other book that Vegeta read already, Becoming Supernatural, is very scientific. So this will give you some facts. You said also power and
Power
forces.
versus force.
Power versus force. He said that's another really good one with a lot of scientific facts. If that's something that you're into, a lot of charts, a lot of numbers. Books of Tonight. There we go. Yeah, maybe that's something that you'd be interested in right now. You get into.
And then power.
Yeah, that'd actually be really dope. Maybe we could every single time we have a conversation, we could throw in a couple books that you could learn a little bit more about what we're talking about.
Dude, that's so fucking cool. What do you mean? That is so awesome. It's not just like, yeah, that's pretty cool. No, that is so cool. The fact that we have literature to literally give to people, I think that is so cool. I think that is like beyond cool, dude.
Yeah.
I'm personally really passionate about like that aspect of things. Yeah.
Yeah, I think sharing wisdom and knowledge is something that you can't. I don't know. It's just like priceless. You know?
Yeah. It really is.
And the fact that it's accessible on all aspects is a really awesome thing now. And the thing about literature is that it's evolving every day. You know, it's always changing. History is always changing. I mean, except for the past, but history is always changing.
Yeah. And just to reiterate for audio, the books of tonight that we were mentioning, it is Becoming Supernatural by Dr. Joe Dispenza, and the second one that we had referenced was Power vs. Force by Dr. David R. Hawkins.
Some good books right there, man.
Two very, very powerful books. Wow. I'm really proud of those two book recommendations. Oh my gosh. Holy crap, dude. Like, that's actually...
If there's any books for you to... If you don't know anything about how your brain works, how science and mathematics play a role in your everyday lives, you know, it's stuff that's under the surface of things, and you want to learn more about what's up here, these are definitely things that you should check out.
So I was actually working on ideas for my community and anyone that I'm associated with. And one of them was, I want to have a public digital library. I actually have it written down literally on my announcements board. Right here where it says public digital library. You can't see it because it's reversed cam, but...
Oh wait, have you gone over your announcements today?
Well, these already I had went over on another stream. I did announce though that I'm going to Houston
on there.
Yes.
So
I now that I could actually just tell you directly, I will be able to be there between the 2nd and 3rd week of January.
Fuck Hell yeah.
So I'm gonna be visiting you. I have some other people on my list that I wanted to contact. I don't know if I'm gonna visit all of them, but it'll be a really good time
Yeah,
for us.
try to
Though
make
we'll
your
have a
best
really good
effort. Yeah. So then in the future we'll do on the day that me and Majid see each other, we'll do a we'll plan something a
the
little
days,
special.
bro. It's not gonna be just
Yeah.
one. We'll be
Yeah,
there
the
for a
days.
while. It's
We'll
awesome.
yeah, we'll plan something special maybe that we can do. There's definitely gonna be a IRL stream coming when
yeah.
when he comes down here. Obviously, maybe we'll do. I don't know. We'll figure it out, but we'll do
Definitely.
something nice. And we don't do these kinds of things just for other people, but we also do it for ourselves. Like the reason why I wanted to do streams and and record all of it is because later down the line, if I ever feel like I'm lost in my life, that I've lost a sense of direction, I feel like I can come back to these things and reflect on myself and
Very powerful to
think
reflect
about.
on.
Yeah, and imagine if half the things you were said were recorded, right? Like all these crazy thoughts that you've said to people, like you just wish, like I wish I could just relive that conversation.
Right.
Like we want to do this, so we have that reflection, that self-awareness in our lives, and it's really awesome that we get to share it with other people as well. Like we're not just doing it for ourselves, we're doing it for others as well. But it helps us a lot too. And FOFA is
What's
the
FOFA,
only
baby?
way. What is FOFA?
Gotta tell us about
Thank you
it
for
now.
tuning in, though. It's I'm don't.
I'm don't Asians. Asians? I feel like it's Asians, as if you're trying to say Asians, but with an O.
Asons. Maybe throw down a little pronunciation of
What? Oh.
I'm Dante's son.
Oh. Dude, the English language, man.
Spaces, man. It's a really powerful thing.
Literally. I'm Dante's sons.
What's FOFA though?
Yeah, tell us. What is FOFA?
Tell us where you're from, man. We'd like to know. You know, tell us a little bit about yourself. Maybe it's 4 o'clock in the morning where we are, so.
It's so late.
It's 5 o'clock for Cam. Crazy.
Oh my
man.
goodness.
Did you get some sleep, bro? What are you
Trooper.
doing? You really I'm very sleepy.
I'm sure you are. Being 5 a.m. Where are you? Oh wait, that was I'm done.
And I'm 5'9". I'm very sleepy. Hey man, I love that definition, bro. If somebody ever asks me, tell me a little bit about yourself, I'd be like, well, I am very tired, and I am 5'9".
And I am 5'9".
And I
we'll
am
let you know.
5'9". So.
Oh, you're 15 as well?
Oh, 15, cool, man.
Hey man, tell you what. If you read those books at your age, you will have so much power in the knowledge that you gain from those books. Ain't nobody gonna touch you in high school. And I mean that in a very sincere way of like that no one's gonna touch you because your mental, your physical, your emotional, your spiritual body will be much more honed. And it'll be like, we will ever watch like anime. Think about like Dragon Ball Z, someone try to punch Goku. Or in Hunter x Hunter, someone trying to hit someone that has Nen activated around them. No one's gonna touch you like that, you know. I think that actually that's where I found a lot of thankfulness for my spiritual practices, because I'm able to go about my life doing what I want, doing what I need to. And yeah, people say shit, but honestly, that doesn't get to me anymore. It's kind of weird. I I literally was looking back at one of my recordings, and one of the guys was pushing back at first in a sense of like his body language, the way he was talking to me. You know, he was like, "Hey, like I gotta go. Like I can't be here for too long." And like I kind of like not ignored him, but I kind of was like, "Yeah, absolutely." And then still did what I was supposed to do, addressing him, but still doing what I had to do. And by the end of it, he was the one that was prologuing the whole entire conversation and wanted to keep talking. And it was a beautiful, really long interview. So I saw that like there's hold on. I forgot where I was going with this, honestly. I forgot where this started from. I was getting somewhere with this.
I was just thinking about anime that whole time. I'm sorry. I zoned out.
Dude, it's 4 a.m. Of course, dude.
Yo, that's one thing that I've realized is after watching animes is that stuff is real. Not to the sense of it'll make you superhuman, but especially with Hunter, you get aura.
Oh wait, you've watched Hunter?
Hell yeah. Kidding me? Oh, okay.
That shit is
Cam's watched every anime out there as well. So if you want to talk animes, that's your guy right there.
Pog. You watch anime too,
Oh,
Cam? That's
you definitely watch anime. You just said Pog IRL. Pog, bro.
Oh, that was a
Way.
loud laugh for 4 a.m. That's actually sick.
Like Nen, all these different. It go same with that's just like Japanese culture, right? But you also have what the Hebrews like chakras and stuff like that. It's all energies as well. They just call it something else. Like
I think they call it Ruch. Ruch.
Yeah.
Ruch. Yeah, there you go. I got the phlegm in there.
Ruch. But,
from all those Long Island buttered bagels.
Yeah, so that's like the thing about it is all these different cultures view the same general consensus of what energy is, but has their own like kind of twist on it, you know?
You can look at a car from the front, you can look at a car from the back, you can look at it from the side, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still a car. That's sort of the principle he's talking about on Dante. The fact that we can take multiple angles at observing something that is a form of existence, a form of being, a form of whatever, matter, energy. We can look at it from multiple angles, and it doesn't matter. It still is that thing. It still is that object. You know?
I did finish Hunter. Can. So.
Hunter was probably one of my favorite animes.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's just because the way that I think I mentioned this, but just the way that it was introduced to me was by my dad, and the whole story is about, you know, like a son chasing the dreams of his dad. And while I don't say that my life has felt like that, I will say that, you know, emotionally I wasn't necessarily close to him like I was with like my mom at some point, but I would say that the fanaticism or the fantasy of him being my dad was always pretty high up there, and like I always respected him for like my entire life, and seeing that show and seeing a kid have such like pursuit after something that his dad loved, which you know, that was me. I got into computer engineering because my dad.
Gon had such a drive like nobody else.
Yes.
That I don't know, just the whole character, right, of Gon was just this little kid that seemed so weak at first, but he really proves himself because he doesn't give up. As much as he gets pushed around, gets bones broken, gets verge of death, he gets back up, you know?
Verge of fucking death.
And I think that's why it is such a respectable anime, is because you see the character build up of Gon throughout the whole thing, and damn, bro, by the end of it, you are shitting yourself.
Seriously.
You are shitting yourself.
I never thought I would feel for ants. I think another aspect of it too is the companionship that's displayed between him and Killua.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
I
Two
cry so much.
completely opposites. Two complete opposites attract each other, which is something that you don't normally see in the media. So it was very nice to see that companionship kind of blossom throughout the whole thing. I don't know. It just felt like since the beginning, it was just always there, you know, and then it just builds from there. But definitely good. I think that's a really good beginner anime, because animes at first, like when you get into these other ones, Nate, I definitely recommend Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. It's really good and gives you a lot to think about it. You can take you to your real life. Yeah, I'll definitely check that out.
My buddy in college, Colton, when I say it reminds me of Killua, it's on like a really funny level, because he reminds me of Killua in the sense that he's kind of like edgy. He's kind of like straightforward to the point. He doesn't need a lot of people in his life. His family had wealth.
Are they assassins?
You know, they're fit like ones.
Know.
I will say that.
You don't know that.
they are actually have like a physical body that is athletic. I will say that.
Nice.
But I would say though he definitely embodied Killua in a lot of ways, and like him and I never at first like got along, and it was more so like I saw him and he saw me, and like there was something that we both did that we just kind of respected, and we were like, and then we eventually ended up talking, and he was a brother in my fraternity, and he became a brother in my fraternity, and you know, I took a trip down to, or up, I guess, west to California for spring break with another brother of ours. And, you know, I see him as like a Killua to my Gon in that friendship relationship. And it was so beautiful that I also have like other relationships with people in the same aspect. And it's like, wow, like that anime brought it out of me. I think that definitely I have a subjective undertone to bias because of my own experiences in this anime itself, but the fact that this anime can make me feel that so well with my experiences and being relatable is honestly beautiful, and props to that anime. Like, for real.
That is a very good anime. What else have I watched My Hero Academia. That was a pretty good one. That's another also really good beginner anime if you ever watched before. Very, it's very like cartoony, like Cartoon Network esque. So if you like Dante, if you like stuff like Cartoon Network, that might be a really good one to try out.
Sorry, I'm just looking at stuff on my other browser. Alright. But I think something I wanted to quickly touch upon. I think that I do want to definitely wrap it up probably at the 4-hour mark, if you're good with that. We got like maybe like do 30 more minutes.
Man, whatever you want to do.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
So one last thing I wanted to touch on in relation to even what you were talking about with like time. Why is time infinite? And that's a very interesting question. And I'm going to say that I'm practicing what I preach in case BD watches this, when I say asking why is so important, especially in these circumstances, in any situation. Why is time infinite? That's not a question you hear often, and I think that it's a question that requires you to think differently, because I had came to an answer for this question. I would say a couple days ago, when I was reading this one book, and basically, from what I see in what is time, time is like a post stamp on a location. It's like a postmarked location. I can't say time because that's self-redundant, but that's what I want to say. I want to say that it's a postmarked time. It's
Like
it's a slot of what.
Yeah,
It's a slot for the formation of which energy persists in the universe. That's what time is. Time is literally the slot of which the configuration of the energy in that point of where time was captured is. So if the universe is 1358b, that could be time slot number 1. But the next configuration physically can be 135A9, and that's time slot number 2. And all time is doing is just saying, hey, the universe is in configuration 8964Z at time slot 89. You know, that's what time is. It's just almost like a categorized like way of just having locations. And when you think of time as that, you don't see it as linear anymore. You can't. You could see matter as linear, like linearly progressing, but you know, when you realize how time is really just postmarking places. For example, you might have a configuration that's 1A2, right? And that's time slot 1. Now, if that's
I mean, if you don't mind me just filling in real quick, maybe I just figure a way that might be a little bit easier to understand.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you bring back the concept of math is within everything, right? Math is just as much in time, right? It's all relative numbers. And if you think about it, between each number, there's infinite numbers. There's infinite numbers in the world, just like there's infinite time slots in the world, right? In the timeline. And you say this point of linearity. But if you think about time, like how if time isn't linear, because I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, right? Because the way I see it, time is linear, but it's infinite in both ways, right? And in between each, like if you see it as like numbers, right? It's like you could say a certain number, and there's infinite numbers in between, like between 1 and 2, there's infinite numbers, which is like crazy to think about, because on a macro level, it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But on a micro level, you have every single possibility in between to make, you know, which is, when you try to wrap your head around it, it's absolutely mind blowing. So, in the same essence of math and numbers, within everything, just as it is in time, that's why I see time as infinite. So I mean, that might be an easier way to understand it, but because I see that you're writing some stuff down. Go ahead and elaborate on that.
I wanted to basically see if I can write it down on a format that is easier to just compile, because if you see, this is in the format of, this is time slot on this side of the bracket, and then matter form, or like the form of matter, or the configuration of matter. I'm going to say, when I say configuration of matter form, so the configuration of matter and form, that's just like what this is. We're just using it as a code, right? This signifies, let's just say, a lot of things.
Yeah, something that you can visually see.
Yeah, exactly. So at time slot 1, it's 1A2. At time slot 2, it becomes 1A4. At time slot 3, it becomes 1B1. But what happens? What can you say that when does it become 1A3? Well, the thing about time is that you could try and predict this number, and that's algorithms. That's us trying to figure out the next step from each step. You know, like we see from here it goes leaps up 2, and then it goes into a new letter, and maybe we could surmise that 4 is the last, and it goes up by 2. So when would we get 1A3? Well, I guess technically it might have already passed according to prediction. But in actuality, what might actually happen is that this might be time slot 9, and we just don't know. And that's why I don't see it as linear, because technically, if you think about what 1A2 is compared to 1A3, 1A2 is a lot more similar to 1A3 than what 1A4 is. However, 1A2 and 1A4 are next to each other in time slots, meaning that 1A2 turned into 1A4 the next time slot. However, it didn't go into 1A3. That took all the way till 9. And when you see it this way, you realize that, okay, time in this sense can be linear, but if we think about actuality and reality, 1A3 going in, 1A2 turning into 1A3, you know, it's like that time slot is by a difference by 8, whereas 1A4 is a difference by 2. I don't know if the way I'm trying to put it is still, I feel like, confusing, because it's still constrained.
Let me put it this way. So, if you were to put it like in a mathematical sense, like how do you see time moving? Do you see it in like waves, or because time really is just the representation of change, right? Because every second, every millisecond that passes is different.
Absolutely.
So in that sense, I believe time is linear because it is sequential, right? You can only have time with the past, present, and future. And that is always changing constantly at every single moment that we live. But the life that we live on this earth is a circle, if you really think about it, because you have 24 hours in a day, you have 60 minutes in a minute, you have 4 seasons, and you have 365 days in a year. It all comes back around. So it comes down to which time are we talking about? Are we talking about time in reality or time in the universe? Because time in the universe is, I believe personally, that it is a linear function, that you have to have the past, present, and future in order to create this, and it's just constant change at in real time.
I think
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that time, we experience it in a linear fashion, but I think that as far as what time is, and you said it's a postmark stamp of when something happened. So I think that if it's a postmark stamp of when something happens, it can't be linear, because if you think about when we do certain steps, or when we do certain things in our life, we might skip steps, or we might take some, it's not always a straight shot to exactly what it is on this perfect algorithm. Sometimes it's this windy road where we skip certain things, but then we do things that we normally might not have to. And because that's how life is, right? I think that saying that time is linear is true, because we actually experience it in that way, and that is truth to it. I think that in a universal concept,
it's a little bit harder to wrap your around when you think of it like that way, right? Because there's different forms of time. There's time that as we see it, and there's times as the universe has it, and that's the thing with with time is that it's always changing, right? It's not a constant. It's just the same thing as everything in this world is. Everything's always moving. It's always vibrating. It's always has a certain vibration to it, right?
Yeah.
So, why is time infinite? Yes. Why is it infinite though? That we do not know. That's something that is it's just something that we experience, and because if you think about time, it goes on before we are alive, it goes on as we are alive, and it goes on past when we are alive. It's not stopping for us. It's not stopping for anything. It's Newton's law, right? Something in motion stays in motion until something stops it. Time is just gonna keep going on infinitely until something stops it. And what's stopping it really? Like nothing.
Yeah. I think
So
yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think time, it's as far as why it's infinite, I think I see the only way I can answer this is by according to this understanding of what time is. Because if time is simply the product of what is the interactions of matter, if time is simply that postmark of when something happened, and we know that our universe, as far as interactions with each other, is infinite, then time would be infinite because time is based off of this configuration of what is. But I don't know if that's really answering it, because I feel like that brings up more questions of like, okay,
Yeah,
what
I know,
makes
right? It's
what
just
makes
like, oh, you try to come off with this point, and then you just keep questioning yourself and like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
it's just stuck in this hole that just keeps getting deeper, 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 and you just never seem to hit the bottom, which is like, honestly, there's a beauty to that, because sometimes you just don't want the answers. Like, you need a purpose to want to find these answers.
Facts. I think this has been a really, really good stream so
Just
far.
felt like last time, bro. When we were just sitting talking.
I'm glad we got all this stuff, man.
I know.
Lots of good stuff in here.
It's good stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Nice conversation. What are we at right now?
My room has been so cold. I'm like constantly warming myself up by like rubbing on myself. I actually might have a blanket. Hold on. Cozy Nate. Meet Cozy Blanket.
Cozy blanket. Cozy Nate.
Mega cozy, dude. This shit is... Oh my gosh. It's that fluffy kind of blanket. Ooh. Ooh.
Fuzzy.
Very fuzzy. A broken power supply. There are no alien or spirits. There's only the Matrix. What's the Matrix? Tell us. I love hearing people speak on
Explain
these
the
things.
Matrix.
Or just speak on anything. I just love seeing perspectives. I guess that's why I interview people.
By Matrix, you mean like a simulation? A simulation Matrix. Yeah. I've thought about that before. Is this really simulation? I don't know. I've actually watched this movie called The Mandela Effect. Pretty corny, honestly. If you do watch it, the ending's pretty corny, but it does bring in some good points of the Mandela Effect, and the movie basically portrays it as little glitches in the simulation where whatever is running the simulation cannot keep up with time constantly because the world is changing all the time. So to keep up with the new changes, the simulation sometimes glitches, blah blah blah. Yeah, that was about the best point that I brought up, but the rest of it was like hella corny. But yeah, I've looked into the whole, oh, is this life a simulation? But then I don't know. I just don't want to feel like, or I just don't want to believe that something more complex than us is running our world. You know,
I think.
well, in a
Uh-huh.
in a state that this isn't real, right?
I think that we live. So this is gonna be like a twisty turny explanation because you're gonna have to like stop yourself at certain stops. So I think we live in a simulation. However, this is an organic simulation, and it's an organic simulation in the sense of the same relationship that a computer is a brain to what we have as a brain, or what we are as an organic brain to what is a computer. So I think that we are in an organic simulation in a sense that we are a part of a bigger creature, and we
Yeah.
work towards a higher purpose in all of these things, and we fulfill a role in it all. Yeah, it's a simulation in a sense that there's been a process that has been going on before us and will go on after us, and it's a very strong process that is basically law. And I think that's what it is. I don't think it's necessarily like a computer booted us up on a hard drive and we are just part of that simulation, and then anyone could just hit the delete key, and then I don't think it's that, but I do think that the mathematics that line up show that we live in an organic simulation that is very similar to what we would consider a digital simulation, but it's not, because I mean even our brains feel like it could be digital, just like a computer, but it's obviously not.
Yeah, it's like when you
Or
get those
logical, sorry.
feelings that when something happens to you, you're like, this doesn't even feel like real life. Like this feels fake. You know. And I'm glad that you brought up this point of the simulation, because
Yeah.
that's kind of like the third belief that most people have. The first is religion, um, that God or whatever um, spiritual being created this world. There is the science route that I personally believe in, the universe. Whatever it is, the universe is just exponentially growing, and we're just living in one of those universes. And then there's also the simulation, which is backed up with with the Matrix. And the thing about that movie is that it does a great job of depicting of what life would be as a simulation, and in not in a modern society, but in a society where people were able to tap into that part. Do I believe that it's a simulation per se, as exaggerated as a Matrix? No, personally. I do believe that there are certain aspects within that belief that does correlate with like other parts, but yeah, I'm just really glad that you brought up that point.
Me too. Me too. That was a good question. Power Supply, thank you so much for joining us. If you have any other questions, we're here to talk about them, discuss them. If you want to try and say something that adds to the conversation, just say it and we'll read it too. In addition, check out the panels below. You're going to probably see my Discord server on there. That's where we will also be doing some of these where you could just come in and join in. And as well as also contribute different topics. So feel free to check out the Discord. Really, really chill. Lots of good people in there. And also, the screen is really freaking bright. That's all I
Yeah,
had to
why?
say.
What? I was gonna say, did you turn on the light or something?
There we go. That's a little better. No, it was just literally a white. It was literally like the notepad page, which is just a white screen. I was frying my eyes for a second. I just realized. I was like, why are my eyes getting dry? But also, we've been killing this stream right now. We are at 3 hours and 51 minutes. I want to see 4 hours.
Yeah. Let's should we talk about for the next 9 minutes? It's just like we speak for 3 hours and 51 minutes, and we just got 9 minutes left, and we're like, what do we talk about now?
Yeah, like it's hard to choose because what can we talk about?
I mean, when
for
you
only
think
9
about
minutes?
it, when you think about it. Yo, I didn't get to ask you. Tell me about your Christmas. How was it?
Oh, Christmas, yes.
Your holidays or whatever. Got any plans for New Year's?
So I met some. All right, so yeah, Christmas was interesting. I'll say that. My sister got in trouble, and then my mom got really mad, and then basically it was just like, all right, no one in this house is celebrating Christmas. It was kind of fucked up. Not gonna lie, but I didn't really care.
Oh yeah, and then you went out and did your stream.
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention to it, to be honest, but ended up getting Korean barbecue though. Gotta love Korean barbecue. I also went out and got to like meet a lot of cool people at It'll Do and like downtown. I met literally, okay, so the coolest thing ever. Oh my gosh, I literally got it all on camera too. I was parked outside in Deep Ellum in Dallas, and I was downtown, and I was like setting up my stream and stuff. I had it just on top of my car, and basically I was just looking at it. I was like, all right guys, we're gonna go in. I was just fixing myself up, and then someone like drives by and was like, yo, what up? And they're like, and I was like, yo, I got you. And I like took my camera with me, and I was like, yo, what's up? And it was like, yo, you streaming right now? You video recording? I was like, yeah, we getting after it, man. You know, and like they're just getting hype, and they pulled up into the parking lot with me, and I was like, oh shit, I don't know if they're here to hurt me or like hug me. So then I was like, yo, what's up, guys? And they're like, yo, give us the QR code, because I got the QR code on the back of my phone. So they scanned the QR code, they got the information. They're like, yo, if you're trying to have a good time tonight, go to the Nines. We'll meet you there, man. And I was like, shit, I just found my quest, you know, like. So I walked around the Deep Ellum place before going there. Everywhere was dead, and I was getting kind of demoralized of trying to find someplace else other than this place. This place,
yeah,
obviously.
I think I watched a little bit of it. It was really dead, and it was like 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Yeah, it was like a pop in time for a while, and I was like, man, there's like no one here right now. Like,
it was Christmas Day.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I think because it was Christmas Day.
It was like when we
oh yeah, when we went out.
Went to College Station, right? The week of Thanksgiving. And we were like, yo, we're gonna go out to like some bar, have a drink, chill out, and then we just driving through the town. We're like, so where is this place? and like literally nobody, not a single restaurant open, not a single bar open. And then we're like, what is going on? And then like I'm driving home, then I say, I'm like, it's Thanksgiving week, everybody's home. Like, what are you thinking?
Oh, like actually though, that was hilarious. Honestly, I'm glad it happened all the way that the entire way it happened too. Like that was perfect. That was absolutely
we were
perfect.
So confused as to why it was dead, and it was Thanksgiving week. We were just so dumb in the moment.
But yeah, it was pretty cool though, because when I arrived there, I went to the top, and like the 3 people that.
Hey, what's up?
Harzin, hey. Background listening. Yeah, dude, ask away.
I know. Is your homie?
So Harzin actually joined me on a couple of streams. He was there for my stream last night, actually. And he says, I don't like to think of myself as something separate from the universe. Well, I mean, you really aren't. I am the universe, and there's a beautiful quote that changed my life. Tell us that beautiful quote, please. Ooh, I like this. Okay.
Go ahead, read it out.
Recognize that the very molecules that make up your body, the atoms that construct the molecules, are traceable to the crucibles that were once the centers of the high mass stars that exploded their chemically rich guts into the galaxy, enriching pristine gas clouds with the chemistry of life. So that we are all connected to each other biologically, to Earth, chemically, and to the rest of the universe anatomically. And I think that's kind of cool. That makes me smile, and I actually feel quite large at the end of that. It's not that we are better than the universe, we are part of the universe. We are in the universe, and the universe is in us. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is
Yeah.
a great. That's definitely a different perspective to view it as you are your own universe. You know,
That's a
it's
beautiful quote.
that is really good. I do appreciate that because that kind of contradicts my belief of the universe is something big and we are something so small. But when you flip it the other way and you think of it as yourself, you're like, okay, I am the center of my own universe. I have full control over my outcome and how I live. And that's great as well. Damn, that's a really good quote.
It really is. It really is.
Yeah.
I think that one thing that I really like with that quote, um, thinking about that last part, that we are part of the universe, we are in the universe, and the universe is in us. You know, like thinking about that, it really puts your perspective around things. And I was talking about it earlier about how we literally are the universe with conscious thought, right? And the fact that we are part of the universe and have conscious thought, it's like, wow, like, one, either the universe has conscious thought somewhere else, and two, if it doesn't, holy fuck, that is mind-boggling. One, scary. Two, and three, I mean, then it just puts us in a very important, it just puts us in a very important spot. But I don't think that's the case. I think that consciousness is inherent throughout the entire universe. But yeah, it's really interesting to think about it.
Us. He's got dry eyes.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Gives me goosebumps to think about. Yeah, those goosebumps are raising because you feel how real that thought is. It's just like when you get music that just hits a different way, and you just start getting goosebumps from thinking about the music. It's where feeling and listening to the music, it's just like, ooh, like, damn, like the connection that you end up forming with it, because it's already like telling something that is, you know, something you'd be connected to.
Tarzan, if you don't mind elaborating a little bit on how that quote changed your life, like what
Ooh,
changed
yeah.
how did you view life before you heard that quote? That's what I like to know. As he's typing and stuff, maybe Majid, why don't you, I've never heard your turning point because like we were around each other a lot when we were little, but I never really got to experience this very spiritual, organic version of you up until now. So what changed you and what changed your view of life?
So I would definitely say that when I was in high school, there was a point of time in my sophomore year where I became incredibly depressed. And it was this lack of belonging, this lack of, I don't know, I just didn't feel, I don't know, belonging. Even though I had people around me, it was just, there was a,
And,
I didn't,
for those of you that don't know, Majid is a very likable person. person. Everybody loved Majid in high school. Everybody still loves Majid in high school. When I actually posted a story about him, like when I saw him, people like went crazy. Majid is a very likable person. He's a people person, you know. And to hear something like that, that he was extremely depressed at this time because he doesn't feel like he fit in, it just shows that it can happen to anybody, you know. And you're not alone. And this is another topic that I want to get onto on a totally different episode is mental health. And what? Yo, good night, Cam, bro. I'm so glad that you stopped by.
Zippy, thank you.
Next time,
yeah,
come back. We'd love to have you on again and chat it up. But have a good night, man.
Have a
Talk to you
blessed
soon.
night, Zippy.
All right.
Thanks for joining us. Hey, Zippy with the follow. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, it just shows that it can happen to anybody, you know, and to hear that happen to you and how far you've come in that time being, it just shows that anybody can get through it. But continue.
Yeah, absolutely. I think then what had happened was I had an experience on one of my fine arts trips, and it was something that taught me a lot about perseverance, humility, and selflessness. And it was basically, I was in part of this group. I was like the only guy of the group who was traveling with like all of the like women group, and that was for a purposeful reason because we were in Columbus, Ohio. And so like just having a male in the group so that there wouldn't be other, because obviously there's a territoriality with males and how like, you know, like in especially a public nature, that it's very obvious to see that if a male is, you know, with this group of like females, then, you know, another male might be deterred from approaching the females, right? And all these people, they were just trying to get to one place to another, you know. So I was tasked at the role with like being with them, and some of these people didn't drink or didn't have anything to drink for a really long time, like water, and like they weren't able to have food for a really long time because what happened was our bus had broken down earlier that day, and it was a grueling journey to get to the convention center. So like everything was delayed, everything was canceled as far as like our plans of eating, our plans of doing everything, all this stuff. So no one had any food or sustenance, and it was really hard for people to like be morally sane. And we ended up getting to the convention center, but everyone was hungry, so we wanted to find a restaurant. We found a restaurant, but when you show up to a restaurant with 20 people, it's like, okay, it's really hard to service 20 people at once out of nowhere out of the blue. You know, it's really hard to do that. So I tried my best to make sure that I can help the waiting staff.
Yeah, I'm a server, and getting shit like that is it's definitely a little stressful. Yeah, but when you're stuck in a situation like that, like what are you supposed to do? You know?
Yeah, and what I tried doing was just helping the waiters as much as possible, just making it less of a burden on them. I was like, hey, if you have like the bread baskets, I'm gonna help you hand them out. If you have water, let me help you hand them out because this is a burden on you guys. Like I just wanted to help, so I helped them out, and they like appreciated the help, and I felt so happy that I was able to help. And then, you know, when it finally came to it, everyone had gotten drinks, everyone had gotten their bread at the very least, and then I finally was able to have a piece of bread because I felt like satisfied that everyone else ate. And then after I had that bread, I had to go to the bathroom, and I felt very emotional in that moment. And I just went into the bathroom, and I just felt like this like energetic hug on my body, and I just started to cry. And that was a big turning point for me, and I had this newfound inspiration that I just need to go out there and do. I just need to do what feels truly right, and because that's what I had done in that moment. And even after that moment, I had actually saved a bunch of bread to take with me to the convention center to share with the other group who was left behind as well, so that, they would have some form of food because I know that would be hard for them as well. And, they appreciated that a lot. And I thought that was really cool that, like, I was able to serve others. So in doing so, junior year came. And that's when I got out of a lot of my funk. I joined a shit ton of clubs. I made my own club. With like a bunch of people. I did sports. I did drama. I did student. I literally put my hand into every pot I possibly could. I just went and did, and I just went to explore really because that was my time. I realized I was like, okay, I'm a junior. I just want to explore. I just want to see what's out there. I just need to do something. I just need to do. And I knew that was like my solution at that time of what I had to do to get myself out of that funk. And in doing so, I found not only parts of myself that were fragmented that I could put together as a whole, but I found things that I loved. I found things that I respect now. I found a whole experience of learning, and from that, it just continued to snowball forward. I would say that going into college, it wasn't as much of a spiritual journey as it was as leaving it in the middle when I had went to work in New York. But that's a whole entire another story. New York, I could definitely get into that, but I will say the journey definitely started in the summer of sophomore year, going into junior year, and it continued to snowball slowly over time from there. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think for the most part with people is when you're younger, you don't see the spiritual side of things, right? You just see the mental and the physical. And at that time of your life, you were very mentally weak.
hmm
Uh, but again, it's what
I'm
you
gonna
make
get
of
to you
it,
in a
and you
second,
really
Harzen.
did a complete
I'm just
180 in the
listening to Nathan
situation
real
that you were
quick, and then we'll
in,
get you.
finding joy in making others happy, which is that's the same way that I am. I just love giving more than I love receiving. Um, I'd rather give than receive. There's a certain joy that you get when you just give someone and you just make them smile. That
Yeah.
priceless, you can't take that kind of stuff for granted at all. And like look where you're at right now. You're extremely happy with the life that you're living. You're living to the best potential you can right now, and endless possibilities for someone like you when you just have this balance in your life, and it's just what we encourage out there. Just to balance your life the best way possible.
Facts.
Going back, Harzan answered.
Yeah, you
When I
said
got
it.
into
Yeah.
college, 20-year-old, I was very self-centered. I must achieve and get rich. Do I look good? Do people like me as I am? Now I don't like the word woke, but when I got into philosophy and hearing that quote, I felt peace inside of me that I never experienced before. A voice told me that it's okay. And I'm part of everything, and I'm everything in a way. And it's not about me, because me is just my ape brain trying to keep me alive. All I'm trying to do now is to engage with other people and make them happy, because that's the best thing my brain came up with, and do and serve in my current form. Hey man,
Damn.
that's awesome to hear. That Yeah, I mean, growing up, this is a topic that we said earlier, possibly before you joined, but basically when you're growing up, you try to do whatever it is to fit in, right? You build this ego, and this ego is basically this vision of your brain telling you how you should live your life, but really it's not who you are, right? So thankfully, like, yes, I don't really like using the word woke as well. I like to say that I don't have an ego anymore, and I think that's the best way to explain it, is that you just don't have an ego anymore. You're just living as nature intended you to do, right? That's why you're born with these emotions, this elaborate, complex emotions. It's because it's what makes you you, and you have all these other aspects of what makes you you. But at the end of the day, um, living your life as you and with no ego is the best thing you can do, and definitely not caring about what other people think. Being you, expressing yourself as you will naturally attract same law of attraction. It will naturally attract people that are similar to you, and you will find some amazing and beautiful people in your life that have very similar. I wouldn't even say similar aspects, but that are just like you. You know, everybody's different. Nobody's exactly the same, but having someone that is like you, and I don't even mean that in the good ways. Even having someone that one of the I heard it somewhere, but one of the things that bring people the closest together is suffering. When you meet someone that has suffered to an equal or similar way that you have in your life before, that is extremely healing, because you get to know that you are not on your own, and that yeah, you're just not alone with whatever you're dealing with. I believe that suffering and pain in this world was made for a reason. It was to teach life lessons. It was to bring us closer to our inner selves, and let out who we truly are. But hearing that what makes you happy is engaging with other people is absolutely amazing. I believe that there needs to be more social connections right now in this day and age. There needs to be more social conversations, and the fact that makes you happy having those engagements is really awesome to hear. It just gives hope that the future isn't as bad.
Harzan, thank you for being here and asking these questions, as well as bringing up these points. It was really good. Thank you. I don't know if you know, Nathan, but I have very, I would say, low volume, like ambience, I guess, like soundtrack, and it's like, let me just send it to you what this is, because it's so perfect having it in the background.
Be playing it on the stream as well.
Yep.
Dude, it's crazy. Talking about this before too. Remember with the whole DMCA thing, Copyright Act?
Oh yeah.
Streams, and you're like out in public at these clubs with these copyright music, and I'm like,
See, luckily,
like, don't get striked, please don't get striked.
See, luckily the bill didn't pass, so oh crap.
I
So
know
I'm not. So luckily I'm not too worried, but still, copyright strikes are terrible. It's like, why do they like? I mean, I do feel somewhat why they do it, but it's just to the degree that they do it. It's like, damn, you're really trying to prove something. Sheesh.
It's another topic that we'll get into. Is the music industry. That's something that I believe very strong upon, and Majid knows a little bit about this. On the music industry and everything, but yeah, that's another episode that we can do completely on its own. Yeah, as you can see, music is a big part of my life. So seeing it go down the wrong hole is a big no-no right now.
Well, I do want to say we have surpassed our goal by 15 minutes.
That is awesome.
Very proud of us. Guys, this is the first episode of this type of podcast called the Cosmic Cast, and we are really glad that you guys joined us for the first one. You guys were here.
We weren't expecting to go this well, honestly. This exceeded my expectations by.
It went so long too. I'm very proud.
The interactions between you guys just really blew me away, and besides hearing the thoughts of just Majid and hearing from all these other points of view, it was really eye-opening.
It really was eye-opening to see like people in chat do this. You're so right.
I know that people view life differently, but to actually hear it firsthand is way different.
It is. It definitely is. It definitely is. I think though, I want to see how many times we could do this, because I don't mind like doing a bunch of episodes, not necessarily on like a schedule. We can have like a set day that we definitely have to do at least every week,
Yeah, I
but
mean,
I don't mind like doing episodes here and there that are off
yeah,
schedule as well.
I mean, for everybody watching right now, or whoever's watching this in the future, let us know what days and what times usually work for you guys. Because I have a work schedule personally, but we could always work around that kind of stuff. We could all form some kind of maybe like once a week. We definitely have a day where we just talk, have these conversations with you guys, check up. But this is definitely something that we want to take seriously. We have a lot of thoughts, and we know that the people watching have a lot of thoughts, obviously, by the chat log. Um, so yeah, we're just at the end of the day, man. Me and Majid, we're just two dudes with some computers and a mic and a webcam. That's
Literally.
we're just two dudes. We don't have the answers for these kinds of questions, but we do enjoy how we view all these aspects of life and such. And we really, really, really do appreciate you guys interacting with us, and hopefully, maybe down the line we could do a little bit more personal connection and stuff like that.
Beautifully said as always, Nathan. Guys, I want to.
Doing this guy, man. Don't thank
Hey,
God. Thank you.
for
'Cause the reason
real.
why we do this is for you guys as well as ourselves, but mainly for the people viewing it.
It's
We
so
understand
beautiful.
personally that there's not a lot of people doing this kind of content, and I don't know. Me and Majid are just like people where we feel like we got to take action. So this is our first step in the right direction, and we thank you. I thank you personally, Harzan, for being here tonight, and everybody else that was that tuned in. We appreciate that.
I think that yeah, definitely first step in a really good direction, and I think that overall, you know, I still underestimate how much people find such like value in this content, in the sense of like, how helpful it is. And I have to remember back to a place where I was back then when I didn't know about all this stuff, and how thankful I was to have been given in this information. And people are always going to be, a new generation. There's always going to be new faces on the internet, so there's just an overwhelming amount of people that are coming into the internet that don't know how to express themselves, or don't know what's going on truly. And we're going to end up being, I guess, a channel for people to come in and actually express what's within them.
I mean, if you guys appreciate this as well, we strive to influence you guys to do stuff similar, even if it's like this, just talking on stream a little bit, with a homie or something, reconnecting maybe. We just inspire for you guys to take action as well. That's all we really want to do is just spread positivity in times right now. Do what we can, and yeah.
If there's anything else you guys have as far as questions, as far as thoughts, maybe something you want us to talk about, I am all here for it. Yeah, we both are.
Again, where do you have you got your socials, you got the Discord. That's Majid has a Discord channel. I believe it's in his Twitch bio or so.
Yeah, it should be in my panels.
Yeah, somewhere on his page where click it. That way we can hear your guys' inputs. We're gonna make a chat just for these kinds of things. But again, yeah, drop videos, drop books, drop maybe topic ideas. yeah, the more that we have to talk about, the more we can do this, and we really want to have you guys involved and in the process of it as well.
It's important that we get the community to strive for greatness as well as achieve with us, because we want to take you guys up with us, is our real thoughts, because it's like us doing this content, we might be saying something that someone needed to hear, and that might raise them up to do something, and that may put them in the same place that we are in, and they might do the same for another person, and the ripple effects continues to go on. So we just hope to foster the people as far as a community being better, being good, educating themselves, being smart spiritually, everything. But
yeah, it's currently 5 in the morning right now.
We're killing it, dude.
We're killing it. If we get 600 followers, we'll do a 24-hour podcast. I'm just kidding.
Save that for 1,000, buddy.
No, I don't know. Maybe in the future that's something that come down to. Who
honestly, if I get to 1,000 followers and I have enough concurrent viewers, I might have to do a big stream. I might have to do a big stream like that. The most I've streamed for in a row is 14 hours.
Yeah, that's crazy. This man streamed for 14 hours.
That was insanity.
Ooh, that is crazy, man.
Definitely had to take breaks in between, but it was like these quick 10-minute bathroom breaks.
Yeah, basically streaming for a whole 14 hours. Jam-packed.
This has definitely been a good stream, though. Definitely been a good stream. I think that this is going to help set us up for what we want to do in the future. We definitely have an idea of what we want to accomplish and everything, so pretty awesome.
Very awesome. This is kick-ass, bro. Badass. This is badass on like the nerdiest level possible.
It is. On like the level of...
Oh, I'm not mad at all.
Oh, dude, I'm incredibly thankful. Because I think that the dynamic shift in our like society, honestly too, like, okay, nerds have become like hot now, and like the culture behind,
about damn time you do too.
Facts. And like there was just in a conversation with like this streaming group, and it was like, oh yeah, like I don't talk to a guy if they're like shit at their video game. Like if you can't fucking play Modern Warfare and you say you play Modern Warfare, like don't fucking talk to me. Like, and I was like, holy shit, who thought that fucking girls would actually use that as criteria? It's actually hilarious. But other than that, folks, I think, do you have any other closing words, Nathan?
No, I don't know. Just thank you guys again for joining in. Can't say that enough. We would do this if we had 1,000 subscribers, or not subscribers, 1,000 viewers or 2 viewers. You know, it's
facts.
It doesn't matter the numbers, just the fact that we have people watching us is truly amazing and truly humbling.
Very humbling. Other than that, I don't have anything else personally to say on like certain subjects, but I will give us the little outro right now. Guys, we had an incredible night of conversations, discussions, topics, video. I mean, it was just all around really damn good of a first episode of Cosmic Cast. Thank you guys so much for joining me and Nathan. Nathan, go ahead and shout yourself out.
Yeah. Follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/CozyNate, KOZYNATE. Instagram is the same. Um, yeah. I mean, if there's anybody out here I know Majid does Dallas area, but I am in the Houston area. If there's anybody out there, follow me on Instagram, Discord, whatever. I'm in the Drex channel as well. But I'm a photographer, so if any of you guys wanna need some pictures or something like that done, hit me up. We could hang out. Yeah, but Majid, thank you for having me here. I'm so glad that we're doing
Absolutely.
that. We'll have some content on my end as well down the line.
Mm-hmm.
But let us know what you think can improve the quality of this for you guys. What can improve, what we can do to make this more enjoyable for y'all. Yeah, that's really it from me, though.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys, all of you, every single one of you, individuals of whether you're watching the reruns or the VODs later, or you came here today physically or digitally per se. You stayed up with us for quite some time. It's currently 5 a.m. where we are.
Even later, wherever y'all are.
Oh
Crazy.
yeah. For real, like you guys really stay up with us, and granted we've been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. You guys definitely make the experience worth it. You guys drive us, you guys motivate us. So thank you so much, each and every single one of you guys. I hope you guys all had a wonderful and blessed day. If not, let us bless your day now with all that we talked about, and hopefully just send you some good energy, some positive energy. Remember, you guys are amazing. You guys are absolutely fucking amazing. I have to really just expand upon that. And thank you so much for all the support you guys have been giving us, all the comments, all the discussions, all the questions. You guys are so dang amazing. I love each and every single one of you guys. I hope to see you guys in the future. We're going to be doing another stream. I don't know when. Just honestly look out for my tweets and my Discord alerts. You can find my Twitter, social media, everything. It's at Drex TV, just like here. It's DRECKZ TV. And if you want the Discord, I posted in the chat. It's also in the panels. My Instagram's on there. My Twitter's on there. Everything's on my panels. So
Man's back on social media.
I am back. Oh my gosh.
What is it now? 2 years? You were just completely dead on social media?
2 years and a month.
Yeah,
Oh.
this is like the reason why I didn't have a connection with Majid for a little bit, was because he wasn't on social media, and I didn't know what his number was. So. Yeah, he's back on social media, so definitely give him a follow. Oh, excuse me. Definitely give him a follow. Give me a follow. We really appreciate it. Whatever support you guys got. But yeah, this music is taking it to a whole nother level right now.
It feels great. Really good. And it's live too, so you're probably listening to it at the same time as I am, so it's perfect.
I was like, wow.
So thank you guys all for coming by, for stopping by, for being here. Once again, I hope each and every single one of you guys have an incredible, wonderful, blessed day. From the bottom of our hearts at 5 a.m. on a Monday morning, thank you guys so much for being here. I hope each and every single one of you guys truly have a blessed week, and truly go out there and find yourselves and help others in a selfless way that you know you can do. This is Drex TV. That was Cozy Nate. We're signing out. I'm going to miss you guys. I'm going to keep loving you guys, and I'm going to pray over you guys. I hope you guys have an incredible, wonderful night. Or morning and day at this point. And anything else to say, Nate?
Stay cozy.
Thank you guys. You guys are amazing.